Good morning. The Senate will come to order. Time for convening has arrived. Senate will come to order. All unauthorized visitors, please exit the chamber. We're waiting on the senator from the 6th to give us the report on the journal.
Good morning, Mr. President. For some reason, I'm popular right now. I can't figure out why. But we got some great pages here from all over the great state of Georgia. And I have not had a chance to meet with them and make sure I pronounce their names right. So I'm probably going to butcher a few of them. So I want to go ahead and apologize on the front end. But out of Lithonia, we have Kingsley Adu-Jones. Also out of Lithonia, we have Wally Bunch and Jair Coleman. Out of Stonecrest, we have Zori Collins. Out of Cumming, we have Susanna Damiano. Out of Atlanta, we have Callie Daniel. Out of Lithonia, Jeremiah and Joshua Holt. Out of Marietta, Claire Lindo. Out of Lithonia, Madison McKinney. Out of Milton, Lodi Nunez. Out of Lithonia, Elia Okani. Out of Avondale Estates, Benjamin Owens. Out of Avondale Estates, Tom Wesley Owens IV. Out of Atlanta, Arya Patel. Out of Stonecrest, Nakwayan Pfeiffer. Out of Stonecrest, Sabria Rednor. Out of Lithonia, Isaac Shepard Henderson. Out of Lithonia, Shaziah Short. And out of Covington, Jelaya Simeon. And I want to say this was not a good day to not be able to go talk to them because I needed some help. But Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, y'all give these pages a big round of applause. We appreciate y'all being here to help us do the people's business in the Georgia State Senate. Mr. President, the journal has been read and found to be correct.
All right. Thank you, Senator. Appreciate that. And thank you, Pages, for being here today. We appreciate each and every one of you for taking the time to come and see us and work down here for a day. Hope you have a good experience. Is there objection to dispensing of the reading of the journal? Chair hears none. The reading of the journal is dispensed with. Is there objection to confirmation of the journal? Chair hears none. The journal is confirmed. All senators who have bills and resolutions to introduce, please bring them to the Secretary's desk at this time. First reading of Senate bills and resolutions. Ms. Secretary.
Senate Bill 362 by Senator Mallow II and others. Bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 47 of the official code of Georgia.
Retirement.
Senate Bill 363 by Senator McLaurin of the 14th. Bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 21-2-2. Senate Bill 364 by Senator Hatchett of the 50th and others. Bill to be entitled an act to amend.
Insurance and labor.
Senate Bill 365 by Senator Watson of the 11th and others. Bill to be entitled an act to amend Titles 2 and 4 of the OCGA related to agriculture and animals respectively so as to enhance.
Agriculture.
Senate Bill 366 by Senator Moore of the 53rd and others. Bills being entitled an act to amend Chapter 13.
Agriculture.
Senate Resolution 476 by Senator Halpern of the 39th and others. Resolution creating
Rules.
Senate Resolution 480 by Senator Brass of the 6th and others. Resolution recognizing the accused.
Natural resources.
Senate Resolution 482 by Senator Bearden of the 30th and others. Resolution urging the Georgia
Regulated industries.
Senate Resolution 483 by Senator McLaurin of the 14th. A resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution.
Ethics.
Senate Resolution 487 by Senator Summers of the 13th and others. A resolution supporting the Ray City Community Libraries membership.
State and local government.
Senate Resolution 489 by Senator Dixon of the 45th and others. A resolution creating
Rules.
Mr. President, that completes the order.
First reading references the House bills, please.
House Bill 774 by Representative Crawford of the 89th and others. Bill to be entitled an act to authorize
State and local government.
House Bill 778 by Representative Dickey, the 134th.
State and local government.
House Bill 780 by Representative Rhodes, the 124th and others. Bill to be
State and local government.
House Bill 781 by Representative Dickey, the 134th. Bill to be entitled an act to authorize the
State and local government.
House Bill 785 by Representative Dickey, the 134th. The bill is being titled an act to authorize the assessment and collection of a technology fee by the probate court of Crawford County.
State and local government.
House Bill 786 by Representative Mathis, to the 133rd.
State and local government.
House Bill 787 by Representative Tarvin, the second and others. Bills being titled an act to provide a homestead
State and
exemption.
local government.
House Bill 78 by Representative Stinson, the 150th. The bills being titled an act to amend.
State and local government.
House Bill 79 by Representative Stinson, the 150th. The bills being titled an act to amend an act to create a new charter.
State and local government.
House Bill 790 by Representative Stinson, the 150th.
State and local government.
House Bill 791 by Representative Crowe, the 118th.
State and local government.
House Bill 793 by Representative Townsend, the 179th, and others.
State and local government.
House Bill 794 by Representative Scott, the 96th, and others. Bills being
State and local government.
House Bill 797 by Representative Petrie, the 166th,
State
and
and
others.
local government.
Local House Bill 798 by Representative Mathiak, the 82nd.
State and local
Mr.
government.
President, that completes the order.
Secretary read reports of standing committees.
Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 127, due pass by substitute. Senate Resolution 301, due pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Hickman to the 4th District Chairman. Dear Mr. Secretary, pursuant to Senate Rule 2-1.6, I hereby give notice I will introduce a minority report to read along with a majority report of House Bill 127, which is passed by the Committee on Education and Youth, March 27, 2025. Sincerely, Senator Kemp. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Ethics has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 397, due pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson, the 11th District Chairman. Dear Mr. Secretary, pursuant to Senate Rule 2-1.6, I hereby give notice I will introduce a minority report to read along with the majority report of House Bill 397, which is passed by the Committee on Ethics on March 27, 2025. Sincerely, Senator Mallow. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 66, due pass by substitute. House Bill 97, due pass by substitute. House Bill 463, due pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Hufstetler of the 52nd District Chairman. Dear Mr. Secretary, pursuant to Senate Rule 2-1.6, I hereby give notice I will introduce a minority report to read along with the majority report of House Bill 97, which was passed by the Committee on Finance on March 28, 2025. Sincerely, Senator Estevez. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration the following legislation and instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 36, due pass by substitute. House Bill 268, due pass by substitute. House Bill 582, due pass by substitute. House Bill 618, due pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 42nd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Regulated Industries and Utilities has had under consideration the following legislation and instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 449, due pass by substitute. House Bill 630, due pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Cowser of the 46th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules has had under consideration the following legislation and has directed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Resolution 255, due pass. Senate Resolution 311, due pass. Senate Resolution 393, due pass. Senate Resolution 424, due pass. Senate Resolution 427, due pass. Senate Resolution 429, due pass. Senate Resolution 444, due pass. Senate Resolution 474, due pass. Pursuant to Senate Rule 2-1.10b, the Committee on Rules has referred the following legislation from the general calendar. House Bill 14 to the Committee on Rules. House Bill 117 to the Committee on Rules. House Bill 105 to the Committee on Rules. House Bill 171 to the Committee on Rules. House Bill 254 to the Committee on Rules. Respectfully submitted, Senator Brass of the 6th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on State and Local Governmental Operations has had under consideration the following legislation and instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 572, due pass. House Bill 637, due pass. House Bill 69, due pass. House Bill 730, due pass. House Bill 732, due pass. House Bill 734, due pass. House Bill 735, due pass. House Bill 738, due pass. House Bill 747, due pass. House Bill 748, due pass. House Bill 754, due pass. House Bill 755, due pass. House Bill 759, due pass. House Bill 760, due pass. House Bill 762, due pass. House Bill 763, due pass. House Bill 764, due pass. Senate Bill 352, due pass. House Bill 745, due pass. House Bill 746, due pass. House Bill 758, due pass. House Bill 761, due pass. House Bill 771, due pass. House Bill 775, due pass. House Bill 776, due pass. House Bill 777, due pass. House Bill 782, due pass. House Bill 783, due pass. House Bill 784, due pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dixon, the 45th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the Senator from the 46.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that Senate Rules 3-1.2 and 4-2.1a be suspended to allow for the first reading and assignment of a bill.
Is there objection? Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Resolution 367, Senate Bill 367 by Senator Cowser of the 46th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 31-6-47 of the official code of Georgia annotated related to exemptions from certificate of need requirements as to provide an exemption for healthcare facilities, services, and equipment dedicated exclusively to the treatment of cancer, to provide for conditions, to provide for applicability, to provide for related matters, to repeal convoking laws, and for other purposes.
Reg Industries.
Mr. President, that completes the order.
Secretary will read bills and resolutions for the second time.
Senate Resolution 255 by Senator Summers of the 13th and others. Senate Study Committee on Combating Unscrupulous Companion Animal Breeding Practices create. Senate Resolution 301 by Senator Davenport of the 17th and others. Senate Rosenwald Schools Study Committee create. Senate Resolution 311 by Senator Robertson of the 29th and others. Senate Study Committee on Recovery Residences create. Senate Resolution 393 by Senator Jones of the 22nd and others. Senate Study Committee on Improving Family Caregiver Services create. Senate Resolution 424 by Senator Huffstetler of the 52nd and others. Senate Study Committee on Franchise Fees create. Senate Resolution 427 by Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd and others. Senate Study Committee on Intoxicating Cannabinoids and Consumable Hemp Products create. Senate Resolution 429 by Senator Burns of the 23rd and others. Senate Addressing Felony Disenfranchisement and Georgia's Constitution Study Committee create. Senate Resolution 444 by Senator Halpern of the 39th and others. Senate Civil Rights Protection Study Committee create. Senate Resolution 474 by Senator Orrick of the 36th and others. Senate Study Committee on Higher Education Affordability create. House Bill 36 by Senator Representative Leverett of 123rd and others. Guardian War revised list of providers who are authorized to participate in the process for appointment of the guardian for an adult. House Bill 66 by Representative Stevens of the 164th and others. Ad valorem tax to expand definition of rental motor vehicle. House Bill 79 by Representative Newton of the 127th and others. Firearm Safe Handling and Secure Storage Tax Credit Act enact. House Bill 127 by Representative Cox of the 28th and others. Education number of accumulated sick leave days for teachers and other school personnel increased from 3 to 5. House Bill 268 by Representative Persinger of the 119th and others. Education, safety, health, and well-being of students and school communities provide. House Bill 397 by Representative Fleming of the 114th and others. Elections allow municipalities to opt in to provide advanced voting on Saturdays for municipal elections. House Bill 49 by Representative Rose of the 124th and others. Public utilities subject certain companies providing water services to regulation by Public Service Commission. House Bill 463, Representative Blackmon of 146 and others. Ad valorem tax, certain senior citizens who volunteer with local governments provide homestead exemption. House Bill 582, Representative Gunter of the 8th and others. Georgia Survivor Justice Act enact. House Bill 618, Representative Campbell of 171st and others. Property require any seller of real property to make certain disclosures regarding flood damage to such real property. House Bill 630, Representative Wiedauer of the 121st and others. State Board of Registration remove used car division and the used parts division provisions. Mr. President, that completes the order.
It is now time for the morning roll call. Are there any motions to excuse? Recognize the senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 5th.
Without objection, the senator from the 5th is excused. Recognize the senator from the 38th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 34th.
Without objection, the senator from the 34th is excused. Recognize the senator from the 40th.
Shakes number. What's Shakes number? 5. Has anybody done him?
Recognize the senator from the 40th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 5th and the senator from the 44th.
Without objection, the senator from the 44th is excused. We already got the 5th. He already got it. Recognize the senator from the 33rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, you all. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senators from the 9th, 22, and 26 for business inside the Capitol.
Without objection, the senator from the 9th, 22nd, and 26 will be excused. Any other motions to excuse? Secretary will call the roll. Senator, signify your presence by voting the yea switch. Secretary, unlock the machine. Oh, Pastor, you ready? It is now time for our morning devotion. All senators, please take your seats and cease all conversation. I would ask the doorkeepers secure the chamber at this time. I recognize the good senator from the 28th to lead us in our pledge and introduce our chaplain of the day. Senator?
Will you please stand and recite the Pledge of Allegiance at this time for our morning devotion? To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now let us salute the Georgia flag. Good morning. I'm so happy to have a great man of God with us this morning, especially since this is Women Wear the Crown Day in the Capitol. So we have some real crowns up there in the gallery that we'll talk about in a little bit. Our Miss Atlanta, South Atlanta, and Miss Fulton County, and several of them. But this morning, everyone, I'm honored to introduce a man whose life and work reflects deep faith and an unwavering commitment to the community. Pastor Rodney Dexter Greer, has served as a local pastor in the United Methodist Faith for 14 years. He has a heart dedicated to small town America, where he believes the principles that define our nation remain strong. Yes, Pastor Greer is a proud graduate of Ashbury Theological Seminary, where he earned his Master's of Divinity. He is an Atlanta native, I know that very well, and grew up in my district. He completed his doctorate of ministry at the International Theological Seminary. He's also the loving husband of Eleanor A. Greer, which is Eleanor Johnson Greer, my big sister right over here. And so I'm just pleased today to welcome Pastor Rodney Dexter Greer.
Good morning to this great chamber. Being a minister, senators, and great Georgians, any protocol that I omit, please charge it to my head, not my heart. I'm a man of God, therefore truth is important. Senator James, I'm still matriculating in the final phase of my doctoral from the great ITC, the home of prophetic problem solvers. So thank you. Giving honor to the president of this great body, you senators and distinguished guests and family, young people, and all who love Georgia, this great state in whom we are serving. I just want to give the proper accolades to our honorable governor, who has, in my opinion, led this state and lead this state in an honorable way. He reaches out on both sides of the aisle. Yes, chamber, while we, whom are Democrat or independent, etc., may not agree with everything that our governor proposed, but he showed courage, Christian courage, in making decisions at tough times. So I just want to give him a hand clap of praise this morning, if you will indulge me, by giving our governor of this great state a hand clap of praise. And continuing with my sister-in-law, Senator James Robinson. You see, it's one thing to be family, but when you see someone that serves, she has been a people's champion. She has always had an open door policy as long as she's been down serving in these chambers and these halls. So I honor her, not because she's my sister-in-law, whom, as long as the vine go around the stump, that lady over there will always be my sugar lump, Eleanor Adelaide Greer. And I tell you, I got a story already, and it ain't gonna be too long. I know it's Friday. But the sergeant at arms now, not my first time being down here. He came up and he gave us his wonderful smile. And then he went to hug my wife. And I said, whoa, 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 cowboy. I'm the only one to do the hugging of that one around there without my permission. So I say that because she's an honorable woman, an incredible mother, dedicated to her family. And I love her and I thank God for her. Those who, no stranger to the church, would understand the words, when God give you a wife, he's done you a favor. Now, hopefully, the president, I have of this house, I'm just a sinner saved by grace, but I do have something that I want to say. Let me get my time here, and we will be respectful, efficient with all of our times. If I had to title a message this morning, a homily, a 3 to 5 minute encouragement to this great body to reach across the aisles, because we are Georgians. We have some incredible shoulders that we are standing on. And Governor Brian Kemp and Sam Nunn, Senator Nunn, and the great president of humanity, of moral excellence, Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter, President Carter. Congressman John Lewis. These just a few. And then our sheroes, Fulton County Commissioner Emma Donnell. Georgia has the privilege of birthing one of the great sons and daughters of this state, Juliet Garden Low, the founder of the Girl Scouts. Lucy Lancey, a pioneer in education who fought for, I say, American African, not African Americans, because I was born in this country. I was born just like every one of you in this Senate chamber. My blood is red, and I'm just as patriotic as anybody else in here. And so Lucy Lancey, a pioneer in education, fought for American African students' rights. These are just some of the women who have provided true leadership for this great state. So my sermon or homily or message or talk or encouragement or pep talk or admonition to come across these aisles and begin to work with each other, because a Senate divided shall fall. A Senate divided shall fall. We must honor the traditions and legacy of this great state. You know, men and women, servant leaders, I reflect on the immigration situation. And I ask myself, why are people walking 3,000 miles with no shoes on to get to these great shores? Because it is the greatest modern nation created in the civilization of man. This great nation allow all of us, as the Honorable Dr. Martin Luther King would say, I have a dream. This nation, this liberty that somebody died for, on whose shoulders we are standing, provides liberty for all of us. So I understand illegal immigrant. How can you get anything out of illegal immigration? That's illegal. But I cannot accept lack of human dignity or the lack of treating people as that they are created with their unalienable right, given not by anybody in this chamber, given by our Creator. That's part of the tradition of our great nation, whom Georgia is a great leader. Being a minister, I hope, and being a minister, I get off my assets and have faith, because faith without works is dead. So I was hoping, as I prayed and I meditated and got ready for this honorable occasion, and I was thinking, Senate, Chamber, President, Lieutenant Governor, Governor, all the senators, why can't Georgia lead the nation in showing the nation how we ought to get along? Why can't Georgia be the state in times like these where we lead the world and they look to us? That's what our governor has done. He provided ways and means to stand up for his belief, but yet at the same time support his president. So let's frame our arguments in such a way that we're not divided. And then I thought further, men and women. I said, now, why is it, and me being new to this chamber, and I won't be too much longer, but being new to this chamber, I said, well, why wouldn't it make sense to me that Republican, Democrat, or Independent, if we working together every day, seem like y'all ought to know what each one is important to each one. Now, because I know the senator, I know she's working on our children and our seniors and autism, and she's talking this stuff, working to provide legislation for this predatory practice of HOAs. See, we're a deliberative body. If we I have a bachelor's in science and information system, and we don't unveil anything without a beta or a prototype. I sure wish my government would do that and stop wasting my money, because we put programs out, haven't tested them, don't have any surveys, don't know truly what the people want, and we wonder why it was such a flip in this nation, and we think that the current president is an aberration. No, he's fighting. The people can feel what he does. So you ain't got to like him. But if you're a citizen of this great nation, in this state, you're going to feel it at your pocketbook. I was talking with the president before and trying to come to some consensus what's important to everybody: black, white, Jew, Gentile, Asian, yellow, all of us, every who that our Creator made. My impetus this morning is to focus on our young people. I am completing my matriculation at the Prophetic Problem-Solving Creators called ITC, who's created some incredible theologians throughout this history. And then it made me pause and say, we have to honor, we have a great institution, men and women. Georgia Tech, University of Georgia, Emory, Morehouse, Spelman. We have a legacy. So I'm coming close to what the Spirit wanted me to say, and I want you to start pondering this question, because you're significant. You wouldn't be sitting in this seat if the people didn't feel you would be a servant leader or came to serve. So what legacy are we going to leave behind? What is your legacy? Let me just do this. We come before you. I just want to honor these people, and I can do it either way, extemporaneously or manuscript. I just want to say some of these things. We lift up the children of Georgia, the seniors who have paved the way, the workers who labored each day, the immigrants who, like so many of them, seek opportunity and dignity in this land. We may be leaders with honor the worth of every person while upholding the principles of both justice and mercy. Lord, we got to do better. We know better, and we got to do better. I just want to encourage you all. I know it is trying time, and I know it's not easy, but I want to remind you of the battles and the power that you raised. Listen to this. So there was a lion looking in a pasture, and there were 4 big bulls in it, but they stuck together. And the lion wanted to eat him. And every time the lion would come, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, atheists, all of them turned and faced their horns because they fighting for the people. And that lion, which can represent lack of jobs and inflation, crime, and all the things we don't want, he thought about it. He went to him and he started spreading a rumor over here. And he spread a rumor over there. All these ad hominem attacks, and he spread a rumor over there. And before long, those same bulls that were able to defend themselves started fighting amongst each other. And you know how we do when we fight amongst each other. You get in your corner, you get in that corner, and the Republicans over here, Democrats over there, Independents over there, and we wonder why the people are not happy. So you can figure out the rest because they were divided. That lion was able to eat each bull one at a time. So let's not let inflation, let's not let lack of jobs in Georgia, let's not make where we're not taking care of our seniors and don't have an educational path for our youth, don't have cutting edge technology, but we can't waste the taxpayer money. Because none of it belongs to anybody in this chamber. It belongs to the people. Everybody in here worked for the Georgians. That's why we're here. I'm a server, and I understand that it's not easy and that you're doing all you can. So I'm hoping in my close, my prayer can strengthen us, because I need strength likewise. I'm in it serving at Rush Chapel in Oxford, Georgia. And you all know the history of Covington in Oxford, Georgia. But I believe in the Honorable Dr. Martin Luther King. I believe in the leaders whom shoulders we're standing on. I believe in our ancestors and the work that they've done, black and white, Jew and Gentile. We all love this state and this nation. And we got to find ways to work with each other. Well, preacher, you don't know if I support one of those Democrats, I'm going to get tacked back at my home. Well, make sure you put something in the Democrats' bill that they want so that they'll be happy. We got to get along, and we can't do it if we're not talking. Now, let's be clear. The senator ain't said nothing about y'all not getting along. I don't do that. I don't talk to people about and what you're going to say, because I rely on the Holy Spirit to speak to my heart, because I'm just a filthy rag saved by a God that can save everybody. So I don't need no inside tips, and I don't need to do that. I want to know, and I talk to everybody I can, but the final voice comes from God Almighty, the Lord Jesus Christ, that God who died on the cross so that all of us can be saved. He died for our liberty. He died for our freedom. He died for our healing. He died for our debts. He died for our trespasses. He died for our iniquity. And none of us in here are perfect. And so let's move to whatever we can do to benefit the Georgians of this great, great state. Would you please stand as I close us with prayer? Bow your heads humbly. Whatever God you serve, I ask you to have reverence to that God. I'm a Christian, a United Methodist, believe in John Wesley and Charles Wesley, the foundational teaching that the founding fathers brought. Let us pray. Lord God of Abraham, Lord God of Isaac, Lord God of Jacob, we thank you for Jesus, your son, who's engrafted all of us into the perfect family on this earth. Lord, I know things are evolving, and I know it's not what it should be, and I know we all have our ups and downs, and I know, Lord, they're doing the best they can. I know, Lord, they have to run elections. I know, Lord, that they have to please their constituents. I know, Lord, they matched against the media and all its power. I know, Lord, they don't have endless money. I know, Lord, that they're doing the best they can. While we're on this pilgrim's journey, Lord, let this great body break out into a new covenant, the very pledge of Georgia that they said, Lord, that they recited, the very pledge of allegiance that they honored of this great nation. Lord, let them be men and women that work across the aisles, if that's what they want to call, whatever they want to call it, whatever they want to name it, Lord, just let it be so that the people of this great state, just like we have immigrants walking 3,000 miles, everybody will say that they want to come to Georgia. So I ask you to look after our governor, as we say in the church of old, from the crown of his head to the sole of his feet. Lord, I ask you to cover the homes while these senators are away as they travel and try to handle the business of Georgia. Lord, all the supporting cast, because they can't do it by itself, all the secretary and all the sub-officers and all that make up this great capital, that it functions efficiently, not wasting money, but making legislations that benefit our people and benefit all people, no matter the color of his skin. Lord, we just thank you for the Honorable Dr. Martin Luther King. We just thank you for the great HEPC, Morehouse, Spelman College, and ITC. We thank you for Emory, educating new creative minds in an era of AI. Lord, just let human dignity outrun technology. Lord, just let our human dignity be such that this technology benefit mankind so that we can spend more time with our wives and spend more time with our children and spend more time at our churches and synagogues and temples, that we can spend more time with our precious loved ones. Father, let it not be used for wicked or nefarious purposes, but Lord, let people come together now and realize it's not changing. And then, Lord, as I continue to work on Generation Z between 18 to 22, trying to build a bridge across troubled waters, because we know there are troubled waters. We can come inside of these four walls, Lord, and act like everything all right, but people are suffering in this world. I agree with the president, the killing must stop. The innocent killing 134 children. Lord, I don't care who's right, but stop it now, Lord. And anything these great Georgians who are going to go on to be great leaders in this nation. And Lord, for all we know, the next president of the United States is in Georgia. And I just thank you, Lord, for Senator James, and cover her in her goodness, and just wrap your arms of love around her and gird up her husband, Lord. And don't forget about my household. Don't forget about my mother. Don't forget about my brothers. Don't forget about my wife. And Lord, in my heart of heart, I hope my words have been pleasing in the Father of creation, in his Son, and in his Holy Spirit. And Lord, if you're pleased, then I'm good with that. Lord, I just thank you. Bless him, consecrate it in the matchless name of Jesus. Amen.
It's my privilege to now introduce our Doctor of the Day. I've got Dr. Sanford Duke. We know him as Sandy Duke back home. He is a distinguished healthcare leader and a dedicated servant to the people of Middle Georgia. He's also a very dear friend of mine. We have the chance to our families share time together. He is also an avid outdoorsman and a hunter, loves to duck hunt, bird hunt, and all kind of outdoor hunt, and just a good guy. Sandy got his bachelor degree from Duke University and went on to the Medical College of Georgia to get his MD degree. Completed his residency in head and neck surgery at Wake Forest University, and also holds a Master of Business Administration. How about that for a well-rounded guy? Today, Dr. Duke serves as Executive Vice President of Chief Financial Clinical Officer of Atrium Healthcare, one of our major hospitals there in Macon. He leads the clinical, operational, and strategic initiatives. His career is over 25 years, but he's not just been an administrator. For 2 decades, he served in private practice, taking care of the folks of Middle Georgia in the head and neck surgery area before transitioning to the administrative side of what he does, which he started in 2020 on the leadership team. He's been instrumental in advancing healthcare across our state. As I said, he's a great guy and a good friend of mine. I'm glad he's going to be our Doctor of the Day. If you need him, you're in good hands. Let me introduce Dr. Sandy Duke. Come on, Doc.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Governor. Senator Kennedy, it's a real honor to be here on behalf of Atrium Health, our 600 employed physicians and APPs, and our 13,000 teammates across the state. It's truly an honor to be here. Being here reminds me of my pride I have for the state and my citizenship in the greatest state in the Union. So thanks for what you do. It's truly an honor, and appreciate you. Thanks.
Are there any unanimous consents? Does any senator wish to rise on a point of personal privilege? I recognize the senator from the 29th for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are times that everything lines up, and with what we've been going through as a nation since 2019, I can't think of something that lines up more than our experience with the pandemic, than with the experience we had many years ago with polio. And I want to recognize and remind everybody, and make those of you who do not know, make you aware that we are now commemorating the 70th anniversary of the polio vaccination campaign. This eradicated polio in the United States. While we still have issues with it throughout the world, I think that this is a great example where early in our time, where our president, Dwight Eisenhower, along with government leaders throughout the United States and along with the medical community, realized that we were all going to have to work together to tackle something as terrible as polio. I'm proud to represent the county of Meriwether as one of my counties, where the little White House is and where the Roosevelt Institute is, and where the great President Roosevelt passed away when he passed away. And so please remember, as you talk to everybody about vaccines and other things, remember that we are celebrating the 70th anniversary of the nationwide polio vaccination. I want to thank Dr. Rick Ward for bringing this to us. And to change gears real quickly, today would have been my mother's 83rd birthday, Elizabeth Cobb Robertson. I know she's somewhere where she can hear me, so I want to tell her thank you again. I want to tell my sister, Barbara Ann, and my sister, Linda Sherrill, for helping my mother raise their son. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Recognize the senator from the 33rd.
Thank you, Mr. President, my fellow senators, colleagues, friends, and y'all. Today is recognition for Life University's excellence. Life University, located in Marietta, Georgia, is the largest single-campus chiropractic university in the world, known for its commitment to health sciences and its philosophy of lasting purpose. The university has cultivated a culture of excellence in academics and athletics, producing student athletes who embody discipline, resilience, and teamwork. Life University just recently made history by winning its first ever NAIA Women's Wrestling National Championship, setting a new NAIA record for total team points. The championship victory highlights the university's commitment to athletic excellence and leadership in collegiate wrestling. The head coach, Ashley Flavin, was named the NAIA Coach of the Year, recognizing her leadership in guiding the team to national success. Under the leadership of the head coach, they were able to reach tremendous heights. These achievements set a new standard of excellence in NAIA wrestling and inspire student athletes across Georgia and the nation. Life University wrestling programs emphasize perseverance, sportsmanship, and teamwork, values that extend beyond athletics into academics and professional success. Let's put our hands together and welcome them up in the galley, Life University athletes. Mr. President, I yield the well.
Recognize the senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just for general information purposes for the senator from the 13th, the 19th, and senator from 46th. And I'll read to you. This is out of North Carolina. North Carolina government cashed in early when it came to reaping the fiscal benefits from authorized sports wagering in the state. A report presented Wednesday to the North Carolina Lottery Commission, which regulates the betting, says that the state expects to have collected $131 million in taxes from sports betting operations for the first full year. The amount goes well beyond estimates of state legislative researchers as the bill worked its way through the General Assembly. They have projected tax revenues could reach $100 million in 5 years, and it reached $131 million in the first year. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Recognize the senator from the 39th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise today with great appreciation to recognize and celebrate the Atlanta Jewish Film Festival. AJFF has been more than just a film festival. It has been a bridge, bringing people together through the power of storytelling. Founded in 2000 by the Atlanta Regional Office of the American Jewish Committee, this festival has become a cornerstone of our state's cultural landscape, offering films that entertain, educate, and spark meaningful conversations. What makes AJFF so special is its ability to connect us to history, to identity, and to one another. Through films that are thought-provoking, moving, and sometimes even challenging, this festival helps us see the world through different perspectives while deepening our understanding of Jewish life, culture, and contributions. Each year, AJFF curates an experience that is as diverse as Atlanta itself, bringing world-class cinema to our city and fostering dialogue that strengthens the tie between communities. At its heart, this festival is driven by values we can all embrace: courage, curiosity, compassion, and collaboration. This year's festival marked the 25th anniversary and featured 63 films over 16 days on the big screen and 10 days streaming. So today, I want to express my gratitude to the Atlanta Jewish Film Festival. And we have members of the organization with us, including Kenny Blank, Executive and Artistic Director, and Sarah Davenport, Managing Director, along with executive staff and board members. This Senate resolution that we passed earlier, SR 389, recognizes you not just for the films you showcase, but for the connections you build and the conversations you inspire. Colleagues, please join me in recognizing AJFF, and may this organization continue to thrive and enrich Georgia for years to come. Thank you.
Recognize the senator from the 36th.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues, and again, we're so pleased to have the Atlanta Jewish Film Festival folks here with their leadership. Remarkable, remarkable gift to our community. Colleagues, I want to speak briefly on the latest mistaken steps that we see coming out of DOJ in Washington. And that directly impact us here in Georgia. You know, if you don't want or need any services, you might turn a blind eye to the cuts that are being made. But if you rely on our government for vital services, listen up and plan to take action and let us know what the plight is that you are in as a result of that. A friend this morning told me her mother could not get through to Social Security, an office that's been widely available, and now sadly shuttered in location after location. Right here in Atlanta, the federal buildings that are all around us, housing a workforce and doing vital, bringing vital services. Well, a federal agency that manages the government's real estate took off the list all kinds of buildings that they want to put on the market and close down. That's the General Services Administration, and they have listed as advertised on the chopping block 17 properties across Georgia, including 2 downtown Atlanta landmarks, with no explanations of why they should be pulled. It's been pointed out by people who know better that it's not typical at all for government to move in this haphazard fashion. Governments usually move in a measured way. And finally, we have our own homegrown Marjorie Taylor Greene levying a tax at public broadcasting. And the motive is clear. Trump and Elon Musk want to defund PBS, and Marjorie Taylor Greene is a handmaiden in that. PBS asks tough, smart, and informative questions of our leaders at the state and federal level to hold them accountable. And that's why the Musk and Trump administration want public media to go away, because they don't want anyone to hold them accountable. PBS chief executive is warning that stations across the country will be in jeopardy if PBS is defunded. And PBS has a nonpartisan listening audience, let me just point out to you. So I'm asking you today to look and see at the services you rely on and need, including public broadcasting, and speak out. Don't cower. Be loud, be proud, and stand up for government services for our people. Thank you.
Recognize the senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. I come down here today to congratulate the University of West Georgia cheerleading program. They recently won their 35th national championship for all girls and co-ed squads. That's from 2001 to 2025. The most recent one was down in Orlando, Florida, where the small co-ed squad and the large co-ed squad and the all-girl squad and the all-girl group stunt squad bring home a Division I national championship. So y'all give the University of West Georgia Wolves a big Senate round of applause, please. We appreciate it. I know they're outside, and we appreciate their good hard work, determination, and being great ambassadors for this state.
Recognize the senator from the 30th. Senator, that's West Georgia's kind of your neck of the woods, isn't it, Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. Come well this morning. I'm going to ask you to keep in your thoughts and prayers. Little girl, Navy Zaz, she's 5 years old. She's at CHOA with Cephas, but she's going through a very tough time, and she's the daughter of Trooper Royce Zay. He's a trooper out of Marietta. Our troopers and all law enforcement do an amazing job, and I ask that you keep their daughter in your thoughts and prayers, and I appreciate it very much. Thank y'all.
Senator from the 28th, would you like to do it from your desk there?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, I'm proud to have welcomed the Georgia Haitian American Chamber of Commerce. They are here today. Many are seated upstairs in the gallery. And believe it or not, I was a commentator on Haitian Voice Radio for about 9 years. So I'm particularly happy today to have many of the people who was on that national station with me. So please stand up and be recognized. The Georgia Haitian American Chamber of Commerce. Let's give them a warm welcome. Thank you.
Recognize the senator from the 44th.
Good morning, colleagues. I am so thrilled and having so much fun today because I have very special visitors. Lots of fourth graders from Fernbank Elementary School in DeKalb County. Fernbank is a great school, and these kids are so smart and learning so much. Enjoy your time here. We are so glad your teachers brought you, and thank you for all the hard work that you are doing, teachers in DeKalb County Schools, and to all the parents who helped make this field trip possible. I yield the ball.
All right. Thank you, Senator. Recognize the senator from the 16th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On your desk, I wanted you to look at Ron DeSantis made an announcement, and 2 years ago they had tort reform in Florida. And what you're seeing is this: there were major changes that he made announcements of what was going on in Florida. 3 major carriers reducing personal auto rates. Homeowners rates for they're one of the major companies 5%, and an overall decrease in premiums. It just goes to show that with some tort reform can make a difference in what we have to pay for our insurance, and they when you put up the proper laws and proper challenges that the companies are dealing with. Read that. I think you enjoy it. Florida's done a great job, and I believe that Georgia's done a great job as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Does any other senator wish to rise on a point of personal privilege? You have before you a consent calendar of privilege resolutions. Does any senator wish to remove a resolution from the consent calendar? Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution on the consent calendar? Chair hears none. The resolution on the consent calendars are adopted. Are there any motions to withdraw or commit? Recognize the senator from the 6th.
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent that HB 129, HB 197, HB 377, HB 445, and HB 483 be withdrawn from the general calendar and be recommitted to the Committee on Rules.
Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 129 by Representative Cannon, the 172nd, and others. Bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 48-5-7.4 of the official code of Georgia annotated related to preferential assessment for bona fide conservation use of property and for other purposes. House Bill 197 by Representative Hawkins, the 27th, and others. Bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 33-46-6 of the OCGA related to requirements for certification, utilization of nationally recognized accreditation standards and website identifying and for other purposes. House Bill 377 by Representative Leverett of the 123rd and others. Bill to be entitled an act to amend Subpart 1 of Part 4, Article 2, Chapter 2, Title 8 of the official code of Georgia annotated related to general provisions for manufactured mobile homes, as provided for limited exceptions and for other purposes. House Bill 445 by Representative Martin of the 49th. Bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 48 of the official code of Georgia annotated related to ad valorem taxation of properties, so as to revise the language required to be included in notices of current assessment, to add a hearing officer review for tax assessment for certain businesses' personal property, to provide for related matters, for vehicle cloaking laws, and for other purposes. House Bill 483 by Representative Prince of the 132nd and others. Bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 5, Title 16 of the OCGA related to assault and battery, so as to provide for protections for inspectors of code enforcement, to provide for definitions, to provide for enhanced penalties for simple assault, aggravated assault, simple battery, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection? Hearing no objection, motion granted.
I got more.
Six again.
Mr. President, I also ask for unanimous consent that HB 652 be withdrawn from the general calendar and be recommitted to the Committee on Rules. It's a new one.
I think you mean HB.
I'm coming to that one. This is a new one. Can I not do another one?
You got to stand by. They don't have the caption. All right, Senator. Now we can. It's House Bill 652.
Yes, sir. Would love to hear that caption read.
All right, Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 652 by Representative Jones, the 25th, and others, bills being titled and act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 9 of Title 48 of the official code of Georgia annotated related to motor fuel tax, so as to provide for an exception for collection of motor fuel taxes relative to electricity delivered by certain electric vehicle charging stations, provide for related matters, provide for an effective date to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection? Hearing none. Motion. All right, Senator. You went out of school on us right there, so
Just seeing if you're paying attention, Mr. President.
All right.
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent that HB 225 and HB 651 be withdrawn from the Committee on Public Safety and be committed to the Committee on Rules.
All right. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 225 by Representative Washburn, the 144th, and others, bill to be entitled and act to amend Article 2, Chapter 14 of Title 40 of the official code of Georgia annotated related to speed detection devices, so as to repeal all laws relative to enforcement of speeding violations in school zones through the use of automated traffic enforcement safety devices and for other purposes. House Bill 651 by Representative Powell, the 33rd, and others, bill to be entitled and act to amend Article 2, Chapter 14 of Title 40 of the OCGA related to speed detection devices, so as to revise provisions relative to the use of automated traffic enforcement safety devices in school zones and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection? All right. Senator, you want to speak to your motions?
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. So these are the two traffic speed camera bills, school camera bills, and with the meeting being canceled, we feel this is important for the state to get some reforms and then vet the process of possibly doing away with them. So we have recommitted them to rules since I will be having the last rules meeting the last standing meeting before we go in on Monday. And so that was going to be our last chance to do anything around speed cameras. So that is the purpose of this.
Recognize Senator from the 41st.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Rules Chair. We're seeking some clarification on what was happening. It was happening so quickly that we didn't have time to look it up ourselves. So we really appreciate that clarification.
Senator has withdrawn her objection. Any objections? All right, motion granted. Moving on to the local consent calendar. Ms. Secretary, do you have any objections on the local consent calendar?
Mr. President, no objection. Mr. President, no objections have been filed.
Is there objection to agree to the report of the Committee on State and Local Governmental Operations, which is favorable to the passage of the bill on the local consent calendar? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Question is on the passage of the bills on the local consent calendar. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 53, the nays are 0. The bill on the local consent calendar, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Recognize the majority leader for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House Bill 136 be engrossed at this time.
Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 136 by Representative Newton, the 127th and others, bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 7, Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to income taxes so as to expand the tax credit for contributions to foster child support organizations to allow such organizations to include as qualified expenditures wraparound and mentorship services for justice-involved youth, to expand the wraparound services that are qualified expenditures, to provide for tax credits to be used by certain insurance companies against insurance premium tax liability, to provide for conditions and limitations, to provide for reporting and public website requirements, to provide for codifying and decertifying qualified organizations, to provide for information sharing and limitations thereof, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date and applicability, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection? There is objection. Would you like to speak to it? Would you like to speak to your objection? Okay. All those in favor of majority leader's motion will vote. You want to speak to the objection? Okay. All those in favor of the majority leader's motion will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion, the yeas are 31 and the nays are 21, and so the motion to engross prevails. Senator from the 31st, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, it's unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 8th for business inside the Capitol.
All right. Without objection, the senator from the 8th is excused. All right. On to the rules calendar. Senator from the 36th, for what purpose do you rise?
Request unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 55th for business inside the Capitol.
All right, without objections, senator from the 55th is excused. Moving on the rules onto the rules calendar. Secretary Reed, House Bill 38.
House Bill 38 by Representative Martin, the 49th and others, the bills being entitled an act to amend Subpart 2A of Part 3 of Article 7, Chapter 3 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to needs-based financial aid programs so as to revise the definition of eligible student, to extend an automatic repealer, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Higher Education recommends that this bill to pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Burns, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator from the 23rd, speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I bring you House Bill 38. This is a needs-based financial aid program, commonly referred to as the Georgia College Completion Grant Program. It's been a very successful program for Georgia. What this legislation does is it does two things. It extends the time frame, if you'll note on line 25, from June 30th of 2025 to 2029, and it adjusts the eligibility requirement, actually recognize reality, and it says this is a completion grant program. It reduces the requirement from 80% credit requirements for a bachelor's degree or a 4-year program to 70. And then it adds the opportunity for those who are in 2-year programs to also participate in this grant if they have completed 45% of the credit requirements for a 2-year program. Mr. President, I'm happy to take questions, or I'm happy to yield the well.
One question, Senator. I recognize the senator from the 26th.
26. My good friend.
Senator Yield.
Absolutely.
Senators, so what this bill does, it takes us back to the original version of when we passed the Hope Scholarship.
This is a completion grant program, and again, the senator would know what the original grant program looked like. The good news is this enhances and extends the eligibility to students who are completing their degrees in Georgia colleges and universities. There are no further questions, Mr. President.
You do have
well.
one question. I'm
One
sorry,
more.
Senator.
Oh.
I didn't know if the senator from 26 was done yet. I'm sorry. Recognize Senator 36.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the chairman yield?
I'm happy to yield, my good friend.
Wonderful, thank you. And just speaking strongly in support of this is all part of our efforts that we're seeking to put together the resources to be sure that people, for lack of a little bit of change, the last few couple of $100-$300 that they need to pay as they're working towards that degree, that we step up and say we're going to be there for those students that have demonstrated their academic prowess, but have demonstrated their desire to learn and to graduate and be a part of our workforce. Successful Georgia families, and that this is all in the spirit of making it possible for more of our Georgia students to finish their degrees.
Senator is correct. This is a part of an ongoing effort to ensure that students who are very close to degree completion have the last amount of resources needed to earn their degree and to become productive contributors to Georgia's society.
And isn't it true, further question, that this sort of investment is smart investment that's going to yield great benefits for Georgia families and for Georgia's economy?
It is exactly correct. It's a great investment. I want to thank the senator from 36 and the senator from the 40th for continuing to work on resources that can be provided for those who are near degree completion. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Senator's yielded. Is there any other senators wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 46 and the nays are 5. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Moving on to House Bill 68. Secretary?
House Bill 68 by Representative Burns, the 159th, and others, bill to be entitled an act to make and provide appropriations for the state fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2026, to make and provide such appropriations for the operation of state government, its departments, boards, bureaus, commissions, institutions, and other agencies for the university system, common schools, counties, municipalities, and political subdivisions, for all other governmental activities, projects, and undertakings authorized by law, and for all leases, contracts, agreements, and grants authorized by law, to provide for the control and administration of funds, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Appropriations recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Tillery, Chairman.
Recognize. Hold on one. Stand by. He's got to read the substitute. I'm sorry, Mr. Senator.
Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Appropriations offers the following substitute to House Bill 68, a bill to be entitled an act to make and provide appropriations for a state fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2026, to make and provide such appropriations for the operation of state government, its departments, boards, bureaus, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the Appropriations Chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members of the Senate. I know that my debate will greatly change the outcome of this vote. Present to you now House Bill 68, House Bill 68, the state's general budget for 2026. Some thank yous that need to be given first. As you know, we worked with OPB in the off session. Appreciate their help. We also appreciate the work of Chairman Hatchett and his committee in the Senate, in the House, to get the bill over to the Senate. But a few other folks need to be thanked as well. Our Senate budget staff, who's scattered around the room, Lindsay, Courtney, Jennifer, Emily, Caitlin. I started this, I messed myself up. Caroline, oh my goodness, how have I done this? Austin, Brent, Emma, and then of course, y'all all know Miss Angela Toohey. Miss Angela was here when I was an intern 20 years ago, and she is having her 39th birthday again today. Miss Angela, happy birthday. Thank you for everything you've done for Senate Appropriations for over 20 years. What you also don't know is with the day that our bill was in committee, Miss Angela fell that morning and broke her arm, and her biggest concern was getting to the committee meeting, and we were trying to tell her that is not a concern. Please go get seen about. Your dedication is second to none. Thank you for all the help you've been to us. Also, I ask if you don't mind give another round of applause for the Senate budget staff and everything they've done. Thank you for helping us be here. The Senate's budget realigns some of the funding you may have seen in the House, and it's a recognition of what we're looking at the national level. As you know, the federal government is in a position now to realign its budget, get its fiscal house in order for the first time in decades. We support that initiative, but it might mean some changes on the state level. In contrast, Georgia's done much differently. We've budgeted within our means for many, many decades. We have a balanced budget amendment, and we remain in the bottom 10% of states in per capita spending, even after a surge of spending and state-level taxes at the local level. Property taxes at the local level. The state has also continued to return billions of dollars to our citizens, even doing that again this year. $2.4 billion less collected this year in property taxes than would have been collected had we not begun reducing the income tax several years ago. And you have a commitment this year for us to continue to do that again. The Senate's budget prudently funds our priorities and the needs of the state without issuing more debt, even traditional debt that we've normally done in a bond package. And we rejected the urge to supplant federal funding from COVID-era programs that are expiring this year, including the ESSER and ARPA programs. We tried to hold true to funding formulas, whether that meant it increases or decreases in budgets, and the Senate budget eliminates certain programs that you'll see later on. It slows the growth of many positions that were added in the budget, and it questions invoices that were brought to us that did not have justification on how they were spent. The Senate's budget also prepares us for future years by enumerating in various lines the bills that required additional spending.
And I really think that's the biggest takeaway of the Green Door or the subcommittee process this year, is we realized that a lot of the bills that we pass, a lot of the bills we're considering today, a lot of the bills we may be amending in the next few days, have a fiscal cost. Whether that cost is asking for a study from a department, it's adding a requirement in Medicaid, it's saying that we should allow an expansion of a program that already exists. Those expansions are not free. And we tried to go through this budget and lay out which bill required the additional spending, and you'll see that detailed in your Senate budget proposal. As you know, we spend roughly 54% of our budget on education. We spend roughly 23% of that budget in health. And I'm going to start by talking about health, the health part of our budget, and then maybe save education towards a little bit later on. In health, at the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities, over the past 5 years, we've seen about a 25% increase in that budget, and we continued that increase this year in mental health services. We added 200 NowComp waivers and annualized an additional 100 NowComp waivers. We also continued funding for the Macon Stabilization Center and kept a continued focus on forensic beds. It's something that we've heard that was a need from our prisons. We've heard it from our court system. We've heard it from our local sheriffs. And we've heard it from our Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities. The Senate budget also eliminates a contract with a vendor who left state medical providers holding the bag for about $2.7 million in savings on that item. We also cut back and receded on funding that you saw may have been added in the House, again, trying to balance this budget. And we held House increases at the Georgia Housing Voucher Program, which was also, we know, a priority of the department, and to move out from under certain settlements that the state had entered in previously. We continued the Senate's priority to treat autism and support families whose children are afflicted with that. But we also had to say no to many worthy but not yet fully contemplated measures that also were in the DBHCD budget. At the Department of Community Health, we supported the House increases for provider rates for primary care codes and dental codes, but we did that at 1/2 the level that the House did. We also supported ABA therapy and a 3% rate increase there. We supported the full rate increase for neonatologists and maternal fetal medicine, and we did not support rate increases for ventilators, speech, or durable medical equipment. The Senate supported EMS rate increases at 5% for 7 EMS codes, and we began to increase funding to begin transport reimbursement at mile 6. Currently, the first 10 miles are not reimbursed. The House reimbursed 0 to 10. We decided to take it to 6 to 10. The Senate's proposal also funds PTSD and wraparound services for Georgia's veterans in DCH and their families. We continued the House and Governor practice of fully funding the skilled nursing facility audited cost reports, and we agreed with our House and held $3.1 million in our budget to support our independent pharmacies in the state health benefit plan. We also added $5 million into line items just a little bit below that for pharmacy reimbursement for drug dispensed to persons for self-administration in an amount equal to the national average acquisition cost, which is the NADAC. The Senate's budget also adds 150 new residency programs. We asked that the department apply for a state plan amendment so that those dollars can be maximized through Medicaid, just like the state of Florida has been able to do. In public health, we removed funds and eliminated the Georgia Coordinating Council. That saved about $3 million. We transferred duties there elsewhere, and we also sought opportunities to reduce future costs by funding certain viral hepatitis programs. The cost of those programs are very expensive on the back end. We wanted to try to address them up front. In public safety, for the courts, we began all positions and all pay raises as of January 1, which allowed the Senate to recoup some savings there. We also eliminated some laudable but not yet started initiatives, and we began a rate increase or a pay increase for prosecuting attorneys, acknowledging that we needed to raise their base pay in order to help them with retention. We did remain true to the formulas, however, related to prosecuting attorneys and to public defenders, and we started all of those rate increases, those pay increases, as of January 1. In corrections, also under public safety and for our purposes, the governor's proposal added about $125 million to the corrections proposal. The House added about 250, and we sort of split the middle in there and added about 170 million to new initiatives related to retention and security at our state prisons. In the GBI, we funded the Macon Crime Lab. We funded the lab equipment associated there, and we funded 5 portable mass spectrometers to assist in getting quicker results for assistant district attorneys and other departments who are awaiting the answer to proposals that have been brought to them concerning criminal matters by our law enforcement agencies. We held $100,000 for the cold case unit, which is a reduction from the House, but it's an increase to the base of that program over last year's budget. At CJCC, there was an ad for roughly $9 million for our victims assistance. It's related to our sexual assault centers and to other crisis centers related to victims assistance. We're expecting that they're anticipating $12 million of federal funds, so we pulled back on the $9 million increase from on the state level there and told them instead to utilize and expect that $12 million in federal funding. At the Department of Juvenile Justice, we're very proud of the commissioner and the work she's done. We support the pay increases there at 8% in certain categories with high turnover and 4% in others. At Public Safety, we continue to be careful on the addition of additional staff, and we recognize the payments to Chief of Police and sheriffs in the amended budget rather than adding it to their base budgets just to keep up with transparency there. I do believe that we will support any increases needed there in the amended budget. At the Department of Law, we pulled back slightly on the number of positions that were added, but we remain supportive of the gang prosecution units and the expansion of human trafficking units into Augusta and into Macon. We transferred $50,000 to the Judicial Council to just help resolve any dispute that may have arisen concerning whether or not the Department of Law can represent the judicial branch due to conflicts of branches and separation of powers. In the department and under transportation generally, roughly 7% of our budget. At DDS, we acknowledge the use of technology and support by requesting evidence that that technology has allowed them to reduce their need for additional personnel. And in the Department of Transportation, we continued the utilization of motor fuel for most construction and maintenance projects. We also held the House ad for airport aid, and we added $2 million based upon member requests for traffic improvements in the Cumberland CID area. Education, roughly 54% of our budget depending on the year. At the Department of Early Care and Learning, DECAL, we supported the Governor and House recommendation for 500 additional state-funded CAP slots. We're now on our way to funding those without federal help. That would mean we've now raised that number to about 50,000 CAPS slots statewide. We continued to fund our pre-K program and agreed with the House and the Governor with $14 million increase to continue phase-in of the reduced class sizes from 22 to 20. At the Department of Education, we continued, as you know, to fully fund the QBE teaching formula. We did reduce other funds based on testing from previous budget years, and we took some reductions based upon utilization. We did increase funds for character education, and we funded at a different level a program that passed on a Senate bill by the senator from the 45th last year relating to school supplies in the classroom. Literacy. You know it has been an issue of this chamber for many years, championed by the senator of the 4th and others. The Senate did not change any House dollars as it relates to literacy. In student services, the House and the Senate deleted an initiative that was begun by the House. We took it to zero, but it shouldn't be considered zero because we pulled forward APEX funding out of the Department of Behavioral Health that's already being used for mental health services in our schools, combined it with $5 million additional dollars and parked it there instead. We took it out of the student support services line and rolled it into school safety. The reason we did that is we do believe that the mental health of our students is directly related to the safety of our schools. We did not support the House's ad of $28 million for a targeted program related to the economically disadvantaged, instead choosing to recognize the over $1.5 billion in the base that supports this effort. We did support increased funds of about $12.5 million for out-of-school care. And in the Senate's biggest budget move, we restored, fully funded the Promise Scholarship at 1% of QBE, which is $141 million. This would allow 21,000 students and their families options when their schools that they would otherwise be attending are in the bottom quartile of schools of our state. In Regents, we reduced funds at Georgia Cyber Center. This is based upon 5 years ago. I guess now they've been started for about 7 years. 5 years ago, they were going to move to be fully self-supported on rents. We're now in, I believe, year 7, maybe even year 8. So we're just reducing their state general funds to continue the trend to support their move on to being self-sufficient. And we did not support the House's addition of additional funds into the micro grant program. We did support the technology research into the peanut industry, and we kept the House cut to public law schools but returned the base funding for legal clinics. In ERS, employees' retirement, the House had a line that was for $23 million to allow for a 13th payment of sorts for state retirees. The Senate committee increased those funds to almost $76 million for annual payments to state retirees and to help with record high inflation they've experienced over the past half decade. We also want to use part of those funds to improve the funded ratio, which is necessary if they're ever going to be able to start up and recommence their COLA program. In general government, which is just about everything else I haven't already mentioned, at the Department of Ag, we did acknowledge the state's significant concern with avian flu and want to support the state's poultry industry there. We also continued to fund future lab needs at the agency. As you know, we did part of this already, roughly $40 million in the amended budget for buildings. Also at the state farmers market, there was an additional add. We have continued to fund those with plans to reconstruct the office on Capitol Hill. There's now discussion about putting the lab that used to be on Capitol Hill out at the state farmers market, and there's a plan to do that. The House had that plan funded at half the amount, $20-ish million. The Senate funded it instead as a planning bond of $4 million. That allowed us to recoup some savings, but also make sure that we're completely on the same page with the department and the House concerning whatever we're going to put at the state farmers market, knowing that that's going to be a multi-decade investment. Feral hogs have been plaguing our farmers. There was a $500,000 ad in the House related to feral hogs. The Senate has a much different proposal. That $500,000 was supposed to be used to buy pens that cost roughly $14,000 each. You basically corral, like a buffalo run, the hogs into pens, and then they eradicate them from there. $500,000 to do so. The Senate's proposal leverages our hunters in the state and instead creates a reward-based program based on the number of hogs eradicated with weekly payouts to eliminate the feral hog program. Not only do we think that's going to be more effective, we're able to fund it at 20% of the otherwise requested cost. At Community Affairs, the Department of Community Affairs, there were areas where providers were unable to provide receipts for expenditures. We zeroed out those items in the future. We supported the City of Albany's efforts to continue its support of history and childhood learning in its downtown. And we supported the plans of the Governor and House to reduce various programs, consolidate those, and make them more efficient for services provided to our citizens. We also reduced two of our state's largest economic programs, the State Economic Development Program, two of our state's largest economic development programs, the REVA program and the One Georgia program. We'd had various legislative ads over the years. Since we're now at a position where we need to start looking at every dollar even more scrupulously, we reduced the legislative ads that have been added to those programs over the years. In the Department of Economic Development, we recognized base funding instead of increasing funds at the MLK Center, and we delayed support of the Super Bowl 62 and 2031 NCAA Final Four programs for the same reasons that we stated in the amended budget. Super Bowl 62 is 3 years away, as you know. The NCAA Final Four for 2031 is 6 years away. if we're going to fund those now, we would allow those entities to hold the interest on state funds. Why would we not hold those $7 million and the interest on those in state funds? Allow those dollars to further be used to reduce property taxes, income taxes, whatever we decide, and fund those things instead in the years that they're occurring. At DHS, we were able to reduce funds based upon a new program. We had an employee come to us years ago and say, hey, the contract for verifying wage and labor data has gone overboard. It keeps going up every year. There's a Georgia-based company that did it. We think we can do it cheaper in-house if we're able to bid that out on a reverse auction. That idea has been successful, and it's going to allow us to actually reduce that funding item by $2 million this year. At the Department of Labor, we pulled back some ads that were put in by the House just to give the new commissioner time to prepare her plan moving forward. And at Natural Resources, we left $1 million for beach restoration, $349,000 concerning red breast coastal fishing that relates to some of the reef fishing there, and surveys, complications of those surveys with federal programs. We reduced EPA's budget by $581,000 to streamline their contracting process. And we pulled back increases that had been added for the venison processing and chronic wasting disease programs. We think they're both important, but they have base funding. We wanted to recognize that rather than making additional adds. Public Service Commission, we were able to support their retention request, and we were able to reduce expenditures for the forest land protection land grants at the Department of Revenue based upon previous year's expenditures. We provided $600,000 to the state election board that's under the Secretary of State, and we gave some language concerning reducing rents at other places, again, helping to promote efficiencies there. And in our Department of Veterans, the Senate's budget adds $3.5 million to various veterans-related care, and we're extremely excited about the standing up and opening and continuing, rather, of the subacute care unit that's coming online later this year. You know, we normally bond capital projects in our budget. You're not going to see a bond package in the Senate's proposal. We're funding that with cash, saving generations 10 and 20 years from now for paying for the buildings that we're building currently. We disagreed with the House's plan to move with a bond package, and again, opting instead to fund these cash initiatives or these initiatives with cash, and that caused us to have to delay a couple of projects as well. We had to delay the project at Ag. I already told you, you're doing it instead with a planning bond, and we had to delay a project at the Department of Juvenile Justice that probably wasn't ready to go yet anyway. The capital project list, however, is not going to have very many ads, and I want to prepare you. That's probably the way it's going to be in years moving forward. We did fund design at Augusta Tech, and we were able to fund a building at the University of North Georgia with an alternate fund source. But funding for other capital resources generally is just going to align with what you already saw come from the second floor in the original budget proposal. One thing I do want to point out to you that we did different this year, you've got your budget, you get it on your desk each year. If you turn to the first white page, you will see a list We are often asked in Georgia why we don't just take our state income tax to zero. State income tax in Georgia makes up about $16 billion. And we can take that to zero. But we have to decide what we want to otherwise exempt first. See, states around us, Tennessee, Florida, Texas, we're here now Mississippi, Georgia does not tax things that those other states do. Let's use, for instance, Texas. If a plumber comes to your house, if an auto mechanic's fixing your car, if a builder's building your house, the state of Georgia does not charge sales tax on that labor. You know this. You pay your labor bill based on what the labor cost was, no additional tax. In Texas, there's a 6.25% tax on that labor. That's a policy decision for us to make in the future. Would we like to tax labor like Texas does instead of income? I really would love for us to have that debate. If we were to tax services instead in Georgia, if you look on the chart that we gave you of the tax credits and tax exemptions in our state that are on page 1 of your budget now, that's an additional $12.2 billion. If we wish to tax services instead, we can move to almost eliminate the state income tax overnight. We could also decide that we want to end some of these other exemptions. They're laid out there for you. The tax on manufacturing, on energy use and manufacturing, that's about $4.8 billion in sales tax exemptions there. The standard deduction for and personal exemption, that's about $3.4 billion. The retirement income exemption on our state income tax, that's about $2.1 billion. The sales tax exemption on all food consumption, off-premises food consumption, that's about $1 billion. The sales tax exemption on drugs and prescription drugs and contact lenses, that's about a little over $500 million. The sales tax exemption on lottery tickets, that's almost $300 million. So I tell you, we're going to get asked to vote on a lot of credits and a lot of exemptions after this budget passes in the next 3 days. What I want to highlight for you is that every time you do that, you move further and further away from what my personal goal is of being able to reduce the state income tax further. Think about that as you vote. The list on the front book hopefully gives you some pause to question and think about matters moving forward. And again, as to the budget overall, thank you for allowing me to chair the budget now for the 6th year. And Mr. President, if there are no questions, I'll yield the well.
You do have a few questions.
Yeah.
Recognize the senator from the 26th.
Senator Yield.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Senator, I want to thank you for doing what you could to make sure that the crime lab in Macon is up and running. Question for you. Where are we with the Department of Corrections and the Feds dealing with the prison system?
Yes, sir. I don't know where we are with the feds. I know that we're going to try to address our own issues if federal intervention or not. You saw that we put almost $1 billion extra in the amended budget relating to security, relating to locks. This budget on the Senate side includes about $170 million, focused mostly on retention of employees. We've got to increase the pay at our state prisons. We're asking them to do a job that I venture to say very few of us would be willing to do if we were put in that situation. So the commissioner has been able to improve retention greatly, which is why you have one of the big additions you do have in this budget. They were funding pay increases in the past off of vacancies. The fact that we're having to include money here should tell us that that work on our retention program is being successful.
Recognize the senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
Yes, sir.
I really appreciate you bringing this to our attention. I think we need to study this. We need to look at it. By any chance, have you added up these numbers, or some of the budget staff added up these numbers?
I could do it very quickly. And you're talking about the sales tax exemptions and tax credits exemptions?
I'm talking about everything. In fact, if you want me to, I've done it. You want me to tell you what it is?
Well, yes, sir. And I'll tell you, though, that that's not all of them. We only took and included the biggest 11. There's over 100.
Well, these biggest 11 account for $26.64 billion. And what is our budget amount?
Our total state general funds budget's around $37 billion.
So this amounts to about 2/3 of our budget.
So the math would tell you if we're able to eliminate exemptions and credits, we can reduce our taxes further. We can.
Thank you, Senator.
Recognize the senator from the 38th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the chairman yield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for all your hard work on the budget. I did have a couple questions. One, student support services, 167.1. Looks like the House proposed adding about $20 million for establishing mental health support grants, and was curious why we are taking that out.
Yeah, and when I was presenting it, you may have missed when I told you this. We did not take it out. We zeroed it out. You said, give me the line item again.
167.1. And it references 164.2.
You go to 164.2.
Yep.
We already fund a program called APEX.
Yep.
It's been at the Department of Behavioral Health. What we tried to do is bring that program and the funding that's related to mental health services in schools already, recognize that in this area, and add to it additional state general funds. That dollar we ended up at was around $14 million rather, not the House's $19 million. But we're supporting the exact same program at a different amount and doing it instead in the school safety program.
So when you say a different amount, is it at the same amount or is it lower?
It's
than what the
lower now.
House-
It's $5 million lower.
Okay, got you. And then,
But still a $14 million increase.
right, and then for
$5 million increase.
the weight for targeting students for economically disadvantaged, I know you mentioned this.
Yes, sir.
The House proposed $28 million. Is it not true that Georgia's only one of 6 states that does not provide an additional weight? Understanding we do get Title I funding,
Right.
but Georgia does not provide an additional weight in our QBE formula to educate students that are identified as economically disadvantaged.
See,
Is that not true?
I disagree with that. I know that that's been a point of GBI and many others for years. I believe that the program we already have about equalization is meant to fund a poverty weight. That program we fund at roughly, let's see here, equalization is about $900 million for the state, $909 million. That is specifically meant to go to and help balance low poverty school systems. The biggest recipient is actually Gwinnett County because of the number of poverty children in poverty that they have there.
But is it not true that an additional $28 million would have helped school districts across the state that have students that would have qualified for this grant program?
Again, back to the original question, are we one of 6 states? I have to say that that's not true. I don't know that those other 44 states have an equalization program, so I don't think we're talking apples and apples here.
Okay. And then finally, had a question about the social workers. It was recommended from the House of $5 million, and we're just saying $266,000.
Yes, sir.
Curious about that reduction.
At the House, they were looking at funding a social worker in various school systems. Under the QBE formula, we already fund a social worker based upon the number of students at each school. So this to us kind of looked like a partial double dip. It's like if we're already funding a social worker based on the number of students you have, head count, and QBE, why are we now being asked to fund it again? If you don't mind, I'd like to take a little point of personal privilege on this one. That is the reason we really need to take a look at the QBE formula as a whole.
Yes.
We might be looking at it for different reasons.
I understand, but
because
yes,
we have given so many waivers of Title 20.
I agree with you.
There is no requirement anymore that local school systems follow the funding mechanism that we laid out in QBE. QBE is now a block grant, not very different from what we do block granting money to regents. Now, there's 2 systems that still don't have those waivers to Title 20, but we have 181 systems. Only 2 have to follow the state's funding mechanism. That means the monies that we put into pre-K could be used in high school. Well, preschool and high K that we use in kindergarten could be used in high school. That's probably a little bit better because pre-K is slightly separate. Yeah. But that means the dollars that you think as a policymaker you're placing into certain categories, they don't have to flow there for 179 out of the 181 districts.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it may surprise you that I do agree with you, so I look forward to working with you on that. Thank you.
Recognize Senator from 36.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is Chairman of Appropriations. You.
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to just raise a couple of points, and I'm sure it's fair to say that there are things in this, everybody can find something in this budget that they like, and everybody can find something in this budget that they would do differently. That's
sure
probably a pretty fair statement to make. And on one count, the situation that we are facing, and it's been widely observed and tackled from a number of different ways, is homelessness and mentally ill, chronically mentally ill people in the streets. And Atlanta is a big receptacle for that, and it's seems pervasive and obvious, and the city works on it all the time. And we this budget does not put money in for Mercy Care and Partners for Home that has been in the budget before. You know, that it falls short of what the chamber has asked for, the city has asked for, and so that we all come to this great city and do our work here, and so are keenly aware of the problems that we face. And so that would be one that I would hope we could do some, you know, in the conference committee, that we can work out between the House and the Senate to see those needs addressed.
Do you want me to address that one first?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the question. As you know, we added funds for housing and homelessness last year in the budget.
That's right.
We asked for some accountability as to how that spending had been doled out, and we're unable to get some answers. So, you know, we've got a couple of more hours, I'm sure, before we head to a conference committee. So maybe someone will be able to provide us some answers on how that money was spent. If that money was not spent in a way and a measure that we feel is the intention of this body, I think as stewards of taxpayer funds, we have a duty to remove those from the budget.
Thank you for that. And then another, I think, important thing that we did in this budget is really ramp up our commitment to our retirees in funding that was added. I think that the House had 25 million, and we added 50 million more. Is that right?
Roughly, yes, ma'am.
Roughly. Yep.
That, I'm sure, will be a discussion for the House and
of course,
where their priorities are in conference.
But I wanted to appreciate and applaud that effort on our part here in this budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Recognize senators from the 52nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
Yes, sir.
We appreciate our appropriations chair, and I appreciate this information being on the front page. Isn't it true that you and I and others in the Finance Committee had passed a bill last year that was going to list all of these? However, we were told that it was impractical to put 200 additional pages into the budget. And so I appreciate the top 11 being on here in lieu of the 200 pages of all the credits. And isn't it also true that the senator from the 53rd has suggested a study committee on eliminating the income tax, and based on this information, couldn't we do this in one meeting in about 30 minutes?
What do you know? I did the work of the senator from the 53rd for him. What can I say? Actually, I can't take credit for that. The Senate Budget Office was very involved. So.
Yeah. Thanks again for your hard work on this.
Yes, sir.
You got one more question, Senator. Recognize Senator from the 35th.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Just to piggyback off the previous question about the QB poverty rate,
yes,
understand the concerns around QB, and I share in those concerns. I think it's time to update the formula. I just want to make sure that when we talk about, isn't it right that when we talk about equalization, and if it's a county like Gwinnett, for example, they received, according to their website, in 2024, $88.7 million, but QBE has this funky thing called local fair share.
Local 5 mil share.
Right,
yes, sir.
where they had to pay in to QBE $224 million.
I don't think it's funky. What we recognize is that education funding in Georgia is a local and state partnership. You may not know this, but in the state constitution, the education of our youth is a constitutional provision protected in Georgia's constitution. So to get to the 20% funding level, we view that, it's actually been to the Georgia Supreme Court. Actually, it may have been to the U.S. Supreme Court. I have to check back on who gave this opinion. Georgia's funding formula was found constitutional. I think it's the only one that was. which leaves the state funding roughly 80% of education K-12 level and the locals funding 20%.
And that was
on the QBE formula.
About 30 years ago. Isn't that right?
I don't think the Supreme Court's changed their precedent on it yet.
Well, no, I'm just, isn't it true that today Georgia, the state, does not fund 80% of
no,
education?
in the of the QBE formula, yes, sir, we still do.
Got it.
We're actually required to.
Not education generally, though.
You're right. The local property taxes have gone out of control, and usually most people's local property taxes, over 50% of it goes to the education entity as well.
And isn't it true that the majority of education, public school education funding comes from those property taxes?
I do not know. I think that's district by district. Down my way, the majority of the funding is still, I believe, state funded.
What, does the gentleman further yield?
Yes, sir.
What are we doing in this budget to prepare for the ongoing cuts to federal dollars? There are several different areas where I see federal grants and federal funding that we're relying on in this budget. What are we doing to prepare for those cuts, that some of which have already been announced, but specifically around healthcare?
Yeah. Well, let's talk about that. First, I think Georgia's in a better position than most states related to any federal spending change because we did not expand Medicaid early on. Governor Deal told us that if we were to expand Medicaid, one day that 90% carrot that was laid out by the feds would one day be reduced. And turns out, we didn't know it would be 8 years after he was out of office, but it looks like he may be right on that. So Georgia's in a better position than most states because we didn't take the federal carrot at the time. As far as our Medicaid spending right now, I'm not aware of any change. I've heard proposals, but I'm not aware of any changes that have already been approved to change any FMAP at the state level. If there is an FMAP change, I want to be fully transparent to you. It would mean a change to the state budget. Even a 0.1% change is probably tens of millions in dollar changes. But thankfully, since we have not taken the urge of others to spend everything that we have in our surplus, the state stands in a position not only from our surplus standing, but also from a position of taking a fiscal conservative approach even in this budget, that we should be able to withstand anything I think we would see from the feds.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
No more.
Thank you so much again for allowing me to present the budget to you. I really appreciate your thorough questions. You've been so involved in this process, and it means a lot to me, and it means a lot to the subcommittee chairs who also helped get us to this point. I ask for your favorable consideration of the Senate committee substitute to House Bill 68.
All right. Good job, Senator. Good job. I see we have a number of House members with us today, and they're creating quite a bit of chatter back there in the back. I know y'all are used to wild, unorderly chambers. We don't participate in that. The only one that can get out of order is my ag chairman back there, Robert Dickey. He's the only one that can get out of order. So, all right. Recognize the senator from the first.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. I just wanted to highlight one section of the budget and give you a little bit of historical perspective. When I say history, I'm talking about just back to 2011 when Governor Deal said in his first State of the State address that he wanted to increase the number of residency spots by 400. And the reason he did that is because we were 39th in physician to population. So of all the states, 39th, and our joining states, including South Carolina, had a much better ratio of physician to population. Well, he created a commission that actually did more than 400 residency spots. And let's fast forward to 2025. So guess what? We are now 41st. So we've gotten a little bit worse from 39th to 41st, and even in subspecialties, we're in the mid-40s when it comes to subspecialists to population. And this is compared to all 50 states. And again, surrounding states, because of our population growth, has changed that. So in this budget, we have challenged those who are responsible for residency spots in the state of Georgia. Mostly hospitals, though in a couple of situations, like with MCG and Morehouse, they actually hold the spots, and the hospitals reimburse them for those spots. So we are attacking this issue in multiple ways. You'll see that in the past, the amended budget, we did seed money. In this budget, we've done actual slots of 150 and more relating to naive. So we have naive programs that can do it from a Medicare standpoint. We have established programs who can fund it themselves. We have also established programs that can do drawdowns relating to Medicaid. And we've encouraged the hospitals in general to use the workforce development funds that they get from DPP, a directed payment program, so that we do not have to write a addendum to the DPP program through DCH in Washington. But we may have to consider that next year if we do that. So what I'm saying is that by teamwork, we're addressing this issue in the amended budget and in this big budget because of population growth from 2011, in which we were 39th in primary care physicians relating to population, to now a population of 11 million, in which we the ratio actually has gotten a little bit worse. But having said that, I'm optimistic. We'll continue to work on this in the future, work in conjunction with them, and we'll stress some teamwork related to that. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll yield the well.
Recognize the senator from the 29th.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's a truth and an untruth floating around the chamber. The untruth is that I don't love the senator from the 19th. And that is not true. I do. He is a good friend and a longtime friend, and he and his incredible staff have done a great job on this budget. His seatmate says I don't like Elmo. That may be true. But my concern about the budget and the process that went through the budget is I watched the struggle and the fight and the energy put in by the senator from the 19th and his staff, and I appreciated every minute of it. But we still have things in this budget that do not belong in this budget. And one of those is our continued funding of Georgia Public Broadcasting. And I appreciate, and I'll quote the "oh my goodness" from the senator from the 36th, because, oh my goodness, no other media source asks us to fund them. I've yet to see a letter from the AJC or any other media source asking for citizens' tax dollars being used to support them. And that's all I'm saying. Citizens' tax dollars should not be used to fund public broadcasting. It is not the responsibility of government to pay citizens' tax dollars to promote media. It is not our citizens' responsibility. I will be voting for this budget because of the impact it makes in Georgia Department of Corrections, the way it takes care of our prisons, the men and women that work there, and the people we are responsible for housing, and the many, many, many other things that we are responsible for doing and taking care of. But at some point, I do ask those that will be in conference committee to consider cutting out the waste, especially when it comes to us funding media sources that currently go outside and find private sector sponsors that they advertise on the radio and television. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the senator from the 22nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. I want to thank the senator from the 19th, obviously the Senate Budget Office Appropriation Committee, and also staff for the hard work on this particular legislation. As we know, staff is so important. So I just want to make sure we thank them. Looking at this budget, obviously there are some things in here which are very good, and the question becomes, can we actually do more to it? Can we actually make it better? Can we actually make some changes to it and invest in our people and also in our children, which is obviously very important, and that is the key. We all can come together and realize that it's our children and our people that makes Georgia great. And there are two issues that are still out there that this budget actually could meet that we right now are woefully inadequately meeting. For instance, the budget funds 21,000 promised scholarships. These scholarships will take money out of the public schools. It will harm public education. There's no doubt about this because we've seen other states such as Arizona where a lot of these scholarships have blown their budget. We'd be frankly better off actually using this money for what we call the CAPS program. Using this money to actually fully fund our education. Public education is the key to assist families in their desire to actually educate their children. One of the keys of this is, I was kind of thinking about this yesterday when we did SB 268. When we did SB 268, it actually tells us that we now want to have a record of a kid when he goes from one school to the other so that the other school can actually understand what his total record is, which means what you're really looking at is that you want a school to understand what the total root causes of this child is. It's not good. That's a good idea. But when you start talking about the promised scholarship and going to private institutions, it forgets something, that the children that they're just supposed to be taking in, they have root causes of a lot of the issues that they have. A lot of these schools, which are quote unquote failing, they live in high poverty areas. They live in high crime areas. So all of these kids, most of these kids have real root cause issues that are causing the issues that are preventing them from actually learning and studying. And just because we slap on the word private to an institution is not going to make that institution any better at actually educating that child without making sure we deal with issues such as poverty, without making sure we deal with issues such as hunger, without making sure we deal with issues dealing with crime. So the fact that we're going to move this money and just say now it goes to a private place, and all of a sudden, magically, these children are going to be educated better is certainly a misnomer. So we can do better within that particular area. Also, when we start talking about our people are still out there who need help, especially who have suffered from Hurricane Helene. That is obviously a big issue that still exists. In my particular district and many others, many people are still suffering because of that particular hurricane. I remember coming here to actually speak at the senators from the 28th. She had a panel discussion on voting rights because it's something that's very unique to her and something she's very interested in. And I had to come up here to speak for 30 minutes. I had to leave my district for 30 minutes. And I came up here and spoke because she asked me to do that. And I remember seeing the senator from 26, and he said, is y'all power out or something in Augusta? And I said, no, it's a lot more than that. It was tremendous devastation that took place. And that happened all over our state. And we can do better. We've tried to work through that with the amended budget, but understand that we can do better with that. And so when I left here that day to go back home, I actually was leaving electricity here. I was actually leaving an air conditioner and going back to a place with no gas, no one had any power, food services weren't opening, and my task for that day would be to stand in the food service line and help people actually eat. That was huge for all communities in this state. So we can do better. We can do better as far as how we're actually going to educate our children, and we can do better how we actually fund our people and take care of our people. And here's the thing. There are some good provisions in this budget. There's no doubt about that. And the question becomes, do we have a positive affirmation and say we believe that this committee can do better, or do we have a negative affirmation? And I'm going to vote today yes, because I believe that this committee believes in Georgia's children and believes in the people of this state, and we will actually make this budget better. That is my hope, Mr. President. And with that, I yield the well.
Senator's yielded. Recognize Senator from the 7th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, I rise to speak on behalf of the students who are being left behind by this budget. I will be voting no today. We say all the time that a budget is a moral document. And if that's true, then this one neglects our children. This budget slashes $75.6 million from our Department of Education, including nearly $20 million cut from mental health support grants and $28 million stripped from efforts to address poverty in our schools. We are cutting programs that help kids who are struggling emotionally, economically, and academically at a time when they need us most. And for what? So that we can spend $141 million on private school vouchers? Let's call what this is: a transfer of public money into private hands, with no accountability, no transparency, and no guarantee that the kids who need the help the most will get any of it. These are not investments in students, they're subsidies for systems that get to pick and choose who they educate. Systems that don't serve students with disabilities, that don't serve English language learners, that don't serve the majority of Georgia's children. I did not come to this chamber to help some kids at the expense of others. I came here to fight for all of them, especially the ones that public education was designed to serve. So I ask, what message are we sending when we gut mental health support but hand out vouchers like candy? What message are we sending when we slash funds meant to help schools serving students in poverty, but write checks to schools that can turn kids away? This is not just bad policy, it's a betrayal of public education. And I urge my colleagues to reconsider and make this budget better. But today I'm voting no. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the ball.
Thank you, Senator. Any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Senator from the 19th, you can close the debate.
Appreciate the comments, and I respect many of them, but I do think I have to reply to a few points. Cutting 75.9%, $9 million out of education, well, that's simply not true. We reduced the House increase by $75.9 million, perhaps. But at what point in time have we gotten to a place in our budget where a reduction of an increase is a cut? Welcome back to reality, gentlemen, ladies. That is not what happened. Vouchers. Why are we supporting a voucher program? The next word that came out was accountability. Let's talk about accountability. Give me your answer to why we now consider 50% of a class reading on grade level good. Where's the accountability for that? We are cheering mediocrity. The reason we support a voucher program is because kids have to be given an ability to do something better. Their parents have to be given options to take their kids somewhere else. Why? Because we have failed them on accountability. Gutting mental health. Our DVHDD budget has increased 25% in 5 years. That's another example of a decrease of an increase added by the other chamber being called a cut. If you leave this room and someone who's paid to be in the halls tells you you cut their budget, but they have more money coming into their budget this year than they did last year, please ask them what public school they went to and if they would have liked to try their option at one of our voucher programs. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
All right. Good job, Senator, and good job to all your staff and everybody that helped you put this budget together. I know you worked very hard on putting it together. Let's give the Senator of the 19th a round of applause for all the hard work that he's doing right there. Good job, good job. I know you work very, very hard. All right. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 48, the nays are 7. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Recognize the pro tem for a quick announcement.
Mr. President, we do have lunch served in the anteroom. It's breakfast for lunch, so that's hopefully not an indication of how long we're going to go today. But it's ready, and so depending upon what you do, Mr. President, if we're going to keep rolling, then just want folks to know the food is there and ready. Thank you.
I think we're going to keep rolling, but I know, but y'all are welcome to go into the anteroom and go in between votes here. So I think most folks will probably want to get home this afternoon. So, but thank you, Mr. Pro Tem, for that announcement. Secretary Reed, House Bill 85.
House Bill 85 by Representative Leverett of the 123rd and others. Bill swinging title and act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 6, Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated with 2 general provisions concerning Superior Courts as to modify provisions regarding the compensation received by Superior Court judges to amend Code Section 45-7-4 of the OCGA related to annual salaries of certain state officials and cost of living adjustments so as to revise provisions related to calculating and setting the salaries of Superior Court judges. To provide for definition to amend Chapter 3 of Title 1 of the OCGA related to laws and statutes so as to suspend the operation of local laws and local ordinances or resolutions that use a Superior Court judge's salary for the calculation of the salary or the compensation of other officers, officials, or employees. To provide for a short title, to provide for an effective date, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland, Chairman. Mr. President, Senator Lucas of the 26th and others offer the following amendment number 1 to amend House Bill 85 by inserting after judges on line 14 and the members of the General Assembly by inserting after line 160 the following. Section 5.1 said code section is further amended by revising the introductory language to paragraph 22 of subsection A and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 50th. Speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to bring House Bill 85. This is the third piece of the legislative pay bill or compensation bill that we've been working on, the third one that I brought you. The first one we passed last week that raised the Superior Court judges' salaries age from 60 to 65. Yesterday we did the appellate judges. Today this deals with Superior Court judges, and it really, this conversation started several years ago, and I want to give a shout out to Presiding Justice Nels Peterson, Judge Harris, Judge Weaver, and all of those that came together to the table to really fine-tune this and and come up with a good solution. I also want to pause and give a shout out to the late Judge Rusty Smith, who passed away earlier this year from the Mountain Judicial Circuit, who also played a huge role in this. There is discrepancy in pay across the state with Superior Court judges. We have some judges that are in the top 8th percentile of judges paid. We have some in the bottom, 99th percentile. And what this does is it creates parity across the state. It takes the burden off of the local counties to pay their judges, and it puts it on the state. What this does is it allows us to appropriate how much a Superior Court judge is going to make. It puts a cap on the salary that we're allowed to appropriate to them, and that is 90% of what a U.S. district judge in the Northern Circuit makes. Mr. President, there is an amendment. I strongly oppose any amendment to this bill. I understand the passion and why some in this chamber feel the need, but like I said in the very beginning, this has been a years-long process, and addressing the pay of people in public service needs to be more transparent than an amendment on a floor on day 37 at the end of this session. I would encourage anybody supporting that amendment, let's not railroad this important piece of legislation by adding this. Let's do it right. If you want to change your pay, then you got to do it. Drop a bill, have a study committee, do something like that. But I would just ask that we oppose Amendment 1 or any other amendments to this, because this bill has been a very carefully crafted piece of legislation, and if we send it back to the House, it'll receive final passage. And I'm happy to answer any questions, Mr. President.
You do have one question. Recognize Senator from the 41st.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield?
I do.
Can you just break this down for us? There's a lot of words here. In short, how much of a raise would Superior Court judges be receiving upon average? Can you give me a dollar figure for how much of a raise we're talking about?
Well, there's a huge disparity between how much judges across the state are getting paid. Some judges, if they were to opt into the system, would actually see a pay decrease based on local supplements that are provided, and some could get a pay increase as much as 30%. But what it does is it takes it off of the locals that are paying the supplements, and it does give it to the state, because Superior Court judges are state employees. They are not county employees.
Do you further yield?
I do.
Isn't it true that there's a provision in here that ensures that the judges that represent my county will not take a pay decrease should they opt into the system?
I know that you know. Yes, the senator knows of what she speaks.
Do you further yield?
I do.
So just so I'm clear, though, if you're saying that for some judges this will be about a 30% increase, does that measure out to be about $80,000 pay increase for judges, some judges on the state's back? Is that not true?
I don't think there's any judge that would increase by that much. I think it would be more $50,000 to $60,000 range. But ultimately, what this is doing is it's creating parity. And if we were to set it at the maximum, which is what you're assuming, if we were to set it at the maximum, then yes, it could. But it's going to be up to us to set it, number one. And number two, if we do set it to the maximum, it only puts Georgia. It doesn't put Georgia at the top of the country. We would rank 14th in judges' pay.
Thank you.
Recognize Senator from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
I do.
Senator, is it not true that I have been very critical of this bill and similar proposals over the past few years?
I think very critical almost categorizes it, yes.
Thank you. Is it not, that being said, will the Senator further yield?
I will.
Is it not true that we have worked very hard on some retirement pieces to help offset the cost increase of this bill?
Yes, and I want to commend you for the work that you've done, not just last session, but in the interim and this session to get us where we are here. And I think you helped the legislation get to this point, and hopefully we'll be able to support it because it means a lot, and I want to thank you for all that you've done to help support this.
Will you yield for a few more questions?
I will.
In that vein, is it not true that we are actually on a separate bill in order to help offset the cost of this bill, raising the retirement of our judges by a significant portion?
That's right. We passed that last week. We were raising it from 60 to 65 to bring them in parity with the appellate judges.
Because nobody else was retiring at 60
Correct.
anyway, correct?
That's correct.
Would the senator further yield?
I will.
Is it not true that I also requested that there be a balance and a leveling off, that every Superior Court judge in Georgia, since they're all Superior Court judges, make the same exact pay, whether they're in Hayhira or Houston County or working in Cobb County?
That is correct.
Will Senator further yield?
I will.
Does this bill cause that leveling out of judges who are on an equal level with the state constitution to now be on a equal level on pay in our state?
It does.
Okay. Will the senator yield further?
I will.
There has been, as you know, last year, in order to accomplish this, I requested that it be done on a constitutional amendment.
That's correct.
Is it not true that the opinion that has been given to us and the legislative intent of what we're passing now is to make sure that this general bill supersedes any local bill that would later be dropped, considered by this body, considered by the House, that would raise or cause any locality pay to be created for any singular judge or any singular judicial circuit?
The senator knows of what he speaks.
Will Senator yield for one further question?
I will.
Since I'm a lawyer and I said the word singular, I have to ask you this. Is it not true that the intention of this general bill is also to occupy the field so that no local bill that would be for multiple Superior Court districts could be dropped to raise their pay around what this general bill already sets?
That's correct.
Thank you.
You have no more questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Senator from the 26th, would you like to come speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, a lot of you in here are very fortunate. I served in the General Assembly with the Lieutenant Governor's daddy. And I think he was in the petroleum business, driving trucks, I think. He went to night law school like I did. But I got tired of going to the hotel room studying, everybody else having fun. So I just decided to leave night law school. His daddy went on and finished. And he's built one heck of an empire. And of course, the lieutenant governor has benefited from it. Now, I've served longer than any of you in here. I started at age 24. Right out of college, playing semi-pro football after I got cut from the Skins. I had a dream to make some of that big money. Wear the Superfly coats and suits and big hats with feathers hanging out of them, so that folks could notice me when I came home. But let me tell you what all y'all forget about. The judge bill is not being passed by the judge, it's being passed by members of the General Assembly. We do the work. And yet, we seem to be scared.
scared. You are worth it. We're the lowest paid, some of the lowest paid legislators in the country. Even Alabama makes $50,000. And guess what? You can work for the university system of Alabama. You can't do it in Georgia. If you're in the legislature, you cannot work for the university system. A bunch of you going to vote against it and hope it passes. A bunch of you are going to vote against it and hope it passes. Because you want it. But you're scared to vote for it. What I've told all of you in here, what the state needs to do is go and build a sausage factory. This is sausage. We mix it up, we grind it up, and then we put a wrap on it. I understand you making good money as a lawyer. If I'd have finished law school, I'd have made it. The first thing I'd have done, go buy me a big Cadillac, dress sharp and go in court, and then get locked up so I could get me some customers. That's right. You know, if they see you in court and you fighting for them, you go to jail for them. Everybody gonna knock on your door. But listen, when I was 24, I came to General Assembly, 75. I think I made like $7,200. We didn't have expense accounts, stuff like that. But you mean something to the people of the state. How many of you get a phone call from a constituent who's tried to get some help from a State Department and weren't able to get it? They call you, and then you interceded, and they got the help. You need to stop being scared. If you're scared, say you're scared when you're running for office. That's what you do. Say you're scared. And then the folks know not to elect you. It's all about the money. It's all about everything we do is up here is about money. And so what you need to do is think about it. I look at those who will follow me. The sun is setting. But what you realize is that you got to have folks coming up here who have the skills, who work for the people. They need to get paid. I went to school in Alabama, college, and they make $50,000 over there. $50,000. That means they do work. They can go to work and not have to worry about how they gonna make it. You know, it's a sacrifice coming up here. You get up in the morning. I don't do what y'all, I used to stay in the hotel back when I was young. Back when I was young. Saw the pretty ladies, and I smiled at them. Sometimes I even sang to them. I've gotten older,
and wiser. I drive back and forth every day. Every day. Somebody asked me, said, well, Luke, man, I got an extra room. You can stay over there. I said, no, I'd rather go back home and get in my own bed. I never will forget, one night I laid up in the bed and the phone rang. Wife answered the phone, and somebody said, well, I know where your husband is. She said, where? She said, right here. So my wife said, tell me to bring the baby some milk home. Let me tell you something. There's no better sacrifice in trying to represent people and be a voice for them when they need to have a voice. But you really ought to think about paying yourself to work. It's not a 40-day job. It's all year. You get calls about stuff that we don't even deal with, and then you try to help them. Try to find the right resources for them to get the help they need. This is making sausage. And the state ought to open up a sausage factory because we do it all the time. When you talk about legislators having 4-year terms, Senate, I'll tell you right quick, it ain't going to happen. The news media is not going to allow you to get a 4-year term because they're going to lose the money on advertisement. But again, I said to some of you, you're fortunate. You're doing good. Some of you are retired, made a good salary, and got a good pension outside of the state pension. I didn't know how long I was going to be here. Speaker told me one day, said, boy, I said, what? Well, son, I don't mean it like that, but it seems like you might be here a while. Put yourself in the 457 plan. You ain't going to miss it. And I did it. I didn't know I was going to be here 50 years, though. My dream was to be on television as an NFL ball player. Didn't make it. But after 4 years, I got my degree so I could do something else. So what I said to you is stop being scared and let other folks tell you what you ought not to have. You work for them. You deserve it. And again, I say to you, if you're scared, tell the folks you're scared so they'll know not to elect you. I yield the will.
All right. Should have had you for a devotion this morning. Recognize Senator from the 36th.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I'm the second signer on this amendment, and I'd like to share a couple of thoughts with you as we move rapidly on through our agenda for the day. Paying a decent salary to elected officials is good public policy. And here's why. If the only people that can afford, if only people who can afford to serve by the fact of having a handsome pension or being independently wealthy or having a spouse that brings in a great income, you're limiting public service to a very narrow strata of our population. A very narrow strata of our population. Most folks have to work for a living, without doubt, unless they are endowed in some way with family money or had a very lucrative career. So who do we want serving and making policy, shaping the course that our state takes, shaping what we do for our families, for hardworking Georgians? I say to you, is it not preferable to have a broadly representative body of legislators up here under the Gold Dome? I say the answer is yes. Have a rich life experience. I mean, we've got some great life experience in this chamber, no question about it. I can start calling names and who fixed hands for a living for a long time, who did this, that, and the other, who served and did important legal cases, or who was in business, we've got a mix, but it is not reflective in terms of the income levels. As long as you keep these artificially low, what do we get, $50 a month for a pension for every year we served? Y'all added that up lately? Not an attractive benefit package, that's for sure. So what we're doing with keeping these very depressed levels of compensation for serving here is we're limiting who can choose this career path. And that means that our legislature, our policymakers, our committee chairs, our leadership in both chambers is highly limited to folks that can afford it, or who are just so used to starving they want to keep on starving, come up here and do public services and still not have any money. But if we paid a decent compensation, we broaden the pool of Georgians that can choose to come and be a part of our deliberative bodies. And I say we get better policy that way. So I'm strongly in favor of this. I didn't, like the colorful speaker that we just heard from, I didn't plan to stay this long either, Senator. Didn't know it when I started. And still hard to believe. I came in the 80s. Senator you just heard from came in the 70s, and I guess then the next crowd came in the 90s. We've got a couple of them here with us, Dean from the 15th. But we could do this, and other legislatures have done it. And reach back in your pocket and pull out that courage vote: wisdom, justice, moderation, and courage. And show a little courage on voting for a living wage being paid to our legislators. Thank you. I yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the senator from the 53rd.
Senator said if you're scared, say you're scared. I'm here to tell you I'm not scared. I'm going to vote for the amendment. But I tell you what, I think some of you are afraid that if we raise the salaries, you're going to have a little competition come next election. Because everyday people are going to say, hey, maybe I can afford to be a legislator. So you wealthy Republicans, think twice about voting no on this. Because it could save your seat. Because if you vote green, you're going to have everyday Georgians more willing to come to this Capitol and serve. I mean, you take a look at all the occupations that are represented in this room, and it's heavily weighted to those that are retired and those who are attorneys and those who are big bankers. There aren't too many truck drivers and auctioneers represented in the legislature. I'll be voting for the amendment, Mr. President. I'll be glad to. Thank you.
Senator from 53rd wants to ride in that Cadillac. Senator from 26. He said he don't want an Oldsmobile, he wants a Cadillac. All right, recognize the senator from the 34th. Wait a minute now, first year legislator? What? Really? Really?
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. Yes, I'm a first-time freshman, but I am a 30-year Army veteran, and I am super excited to serve all my 290 constituents. And I am not a signer on that amendment, but I do support it. And the reason why I support it, because I do receive Medicaid and Medicare, and I also receive Social Security. But by accepting this position, I lose all of that. So I have lost half of my living wages accepting this role right now. So, but it's not about the money for me for running for this position. What it was about being there for my constituents, my seniors, my veterans, and most importantly, speaking up for the ones that didn't have a voice. But when I went down to Social Security and explained to them that this is a part-time position, because I even asked, what do y'all do after session's over? Everyone said, we go back to work. I said, well, I guess I need to find something to do. But I just want to continue to be a voice for the voiceless. Continue to be the champion and be down in my district. But for the everyday American citizens like myself, the federal cuts for the veterans, the federal cuts at the Social Security level that are about to happen, those cuts affect me. So that's the reason why I want to support this amendment. Because, you know, when I looked at my paycheck, I only received $1,000. But it's not about the money, because I'm going to continue to fight the good fight. Thank you.
I think you have a couple questions, Senator, but you're welcome to yield the well if you want to.
I ain't want no questions.
Senator from the 41st.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield?
I do.
Senator, isn't it true that you served this nation honorably for 30 years in our nation's military?
That's correct.
And isn't it true that you only left the military after being fully 100% disabled or having a percentage of disability? That's why you left the military.
Yes, I was injured in combat. That was the reason why I was honorably discharged.
So isn't it true that you were injured, harmed, that your body experienced some type of trauma on behalf of us, the people of the United States, the people of Georgia? You did that on our behalf, isn't it true?
That is correct.
And isn't it further true that as a result of that, you were entitled to certain benefits that included Social Security disability? Is that not true?
That is correct.
Is it not further true that as a result of you answering the call to come and serve in this great gold dome, you had to secede, yield those benefits in order to come here and receive less pay?
That is correct.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Senators yielded. Recognize Senator from the 55th.
Thank you, Mr. President. It has been said, but I just want to reiterate it. Most of the people in this august body are, in fact, millionaires or retired, or generally your families are independently wealthy. Now, The average person cannot afford to come here. I lose a lot of money here. But like the colleague that came before me, it's not about the money for me. And that's something my late wife talked about, how much money we were losing. In fact, when I got out of here 14 years ago, and I think when you become 60, whenever you can get the pension, it was only $300. And I said, what the heck am I gonna do with $300? So I didn't even apply. I just applied for it after my wife, who died about 1.5 years ago, because she was always saying, I can take that $300 and do something with it. But it is appalling that if you leave this place after serving, and I served 10 years, but some of you, if you serve 50 years, you're still gonna get peanuts. But the quality, you say diversity doesn't matter. I really cherish hearing the opinions of some of you from the various backgrounds, because you enrich my life. And we need some truck drivers down here, as my distinguished colleague states. We need someone else down here because, guys, some people have never gone to the grocery store. They have other people going to buy it for them. They do not understand regular people. And I must simply state to you that I do have some friends in other states that served. And I left this body for 14 years, and people said to me, are you crazy, going back to that legislature? And it would appear that, but again, it's not about the money. But I'm not here for me. I'm here for the future of Georgia, the future of democracy, so that there were other voices to let you know what it is like to choose between drugs, affording whether you can pay for drugs or whether you can buy groceries, whether you have the medicine that supplies that's good for your body to keep you living. There are some people that have those kind of choices. And I would dare say no one in here knows anything about that. You know not how to choose whether to pay the first bill to pay Peter and Rob Paul. You just don't understand. And that's not an indictment against you, but it's all because to come here, I was a town hall meeting this past week, and I asked the people in that room, how much do you think my staff budget is to do the business of the people? I guarantee you, not one of you can tell me what those people said. Some said 75,000. Some said no one said $7,000 for an entire year for my budget for expenses to run the people's business. It's for a $40 billion enterprise. The people who are running it are supposed to be paid pennies. So I will stand down because, according to the National Conference of State Legislators, the average is $44,320. We half of that, guys. New York legislators make $142,000. Texas, go check out Texas. That's a very conservative jurisdiction. They have staff. Even if your politics is to not fund those poverty people, children in poverty, and to fund other people, get the staff to do your duty. I need the staff to do my duty. You laugh at me. Some of you laugh at me because I have so many volunteers. It's ridiculous. But we have to do the people's business. So I simply say that we don't need all rich people down here. We just don't. And it shouldn't be an attorney. I take a pay cut to come down here. And there are some people that say, Mangum, what is wrong with you? But someone has to stand in the gap and say, the least, the lost, and the left out need a voice. And I simply say that, my brothers and my sisters, my distinguished colleagues, I talked yesterday, but someone needs to talk about other industries other than private prison to be funded, because you see nothing wrong with it. Why can't we find some industry for Coffee County making batteries, making something that is useful, rather than planning using third grade numbers to plan how many private prisons we're going to build? Someone needs to talk about that. You see nothing wrong with it. That's the problem. And it stems from regular people need to be here. And I love all you guys because you do enrich my life. But I would stand to say today that I will vote for this amendment because, not for me, but I want someone else who can stand here who doesn't drive a Mercedes-Benz, who does not drive a $75,000 car, who does not live in a $500,000 house. And I know some of you laugh at me and say, well, I don't live that way. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for allowing me to serve in this place just even for a moment. And thank you for your vote in favor of this amendment. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator has yielded. Recognize the senator from the 13th. We got about one more speaker. We need to go and wrap this up. It's pretty simple. It's a red or green vote here.
All right, we're talking about money, we're talking about salaries, and I have to agree with the senator number 26. That was an incredible layout of how we need to be doing our world up here. I appreciated what he had to say. I'm going to tell you how I feel about it, boys and girls. Here's the deal. We work for 11 million people. We don't just work for the 200,000. We work for 11 million people. And if 11 million people want us to have a raise, then I suggest what we might do is come back here next year and we do a constitutional amendment to put it on the ballot and see if those 11 million people want to give us a raise. And that way, we don't have to worry about it when we go home. We ain't got to be scared. We ain't got to be anything except the reality of it is we let the people decide. Mr. President, thank you. I yield well.
I tell you, where'd you come from? That's the best thing I've heard you say all session. Recognize senator from the 18th.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we've got an interesting proposition in front of us. I want to speak to the amendment first, but I have to say that this may be a historic day. From the comments the senator from the 53rd said he's going to vote yes. We may see a green by his name for the first time ever. We didn't think the button worked. So that would be good. We would know that it works. But I rise to oppose amendment number 1. Similar to the amendment that we voted on that was presented and passed yesterday, I want to urge you to stop a minute, take a step back, and consider how this amendment looks to the taxpayers of this state. Think about the timing of where we are. Think about what we've gone through in the budgeting process. We have spent the last 2 months while we've been down here working, cutting red tape, lowering income taxes, and prioritizing necessary disaster relief assistance for the people of around Georgia. Colleagues, are you willing to look at your constituents in the eye and tell them you need more of their tax dollars in your pocket and out of their pocket? Because I can promise you, that's how they view it. They view us as part-time legislators, and notwithstanding some of the great comments that some of you have made, yeah, this is not just a 3-month job. But I kind of knew that, or knew enough about that, when I signed up to do the job, or hoped that I would get to do the job. I kind of believe most of y'all did too. Don't get me wrong. The work that we do down here is necessary, it's important, it's critical for state government. But each one of us chose to run for this position knowing what it pays. Every one of you did, and I did too. We put our name on the dotted line with an idea and telling our constituents or our potential constituents that we wanted to what? We wanted to serve them. Not get hired by them, not get paid by them, but we wanted to serve them. Not one penny more should go into our pockets when it comes from the pockets of the people that send us here. We are, I think, foremost public servants. I think that's the attitude, and I want to accord everyone good intentions, regardless of what side of the aisle you're on, that's why you come down here. Contrary to the comments the senator from the 36 said, wait a minute, we need more money earlier on so people can make a career out of this. I would tell you that's not what we're supposed to be viewing this as, a career. Some have done a great job of public service. But if you came down here to make a career out of it, you might want to re-examine your process. And I would also tell my members on my side of the aisle, if you call yourself a fiscal conservative, you should oppose this amendment. Senators, I urge you to oppose this. Let's keep the main thing, why we came down here to serve. Let's put service above self. Now, regardless of those reasonings, there's another really big overriding reason you need to vote this amendment down. If this amendment goes on this judicial pay raise bill, House Bill 85, it will kill the bill. It will kill the judicial pay raise bill. Senator from the 50th, thank you for your good work on this. You and others have been working for 3 years with the judges to try to come up with a program, and this has been truly carefully crafted by working with the judges. You've done a great job on that. Folks, if you want to talk to some people that truly, probably, you would agree, need to make more, go talk to your judges. Because we are having problems right now in the Superior Court ranks of our state in having people actually qualify to run or sit as judges. And it's because the amount of the pay has gotten out of whack and out of balance with not only the market, but the ability of judges to earn a living at a level that they can continue to live something of a comfortable life relative to what they could earn otherwise. So I would ask you, please don't jeopardize the 3 years of work that has gone on in trying to get HB 85 to the point that it is now, which is a good bill with good metrics that the judiciary is pleased with. Would they like more money? Of course they would. Would we like to pay less for most any state expense? Of course we would. But that's the judgment that we enter in trying to find the right balance. And I would tell you that House Bill 85 finds that balance. And the last thing I would tell you is simply this. If this legislator pay raise bill is, which ain't a bill, it's an amendment, was such a good idea, why was it not proposed as a bill for us to vote on? As a bill to be dropped, as a bill to go through committee, as a bill to be vetted, as a bill to be voted on? It's not, it wasn't. And sadly, it puts in jeopardy something that so many in this room want to see passed, to make sure that we take care of folks that exercise their judgment for people who truly are in need when they go to the courthouse, to make sure we've got folks that are smart, that have the tools necessary to preside over a court proceeding in a way that you would want managed and handled if it were your interest or your family's interest. We need to make sure they're fairly paid. House Bill 85 does that. Let's not jeopardize that. Let's get that bill passed. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
All right, Senator is yielded. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none, and we're going to, Senator Moore, you want to?
Thank you, Mr. President. Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is this going to be the first time we've seen the President pro tem put up a red vote?
Let's just get to the amendment vote here. Senator from the 50th, you'd like to close?
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be very brief. Heard a lot of good stories up here and justification for why you should be paid more. Once again, I'm against this. I'm against the amendment. I want to see this bill clean. I want to remind you that we had a budget that passed out of here recently, and if you voted no on the budget, you voted no on giving the DJJ counselors a raise. You voted no to give the Department of Corrections a raise. You voted no to give ag teachers a raise. You voted no to give social workers in our state a raise, but you are going to stand up here and advocate for yourself to get a raise with a sneaky amendment that should have gone through the full committee process. Let's be better. Vote this down. I'll yield the will.
Recognize the senator from the second.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
Now, Mr. President, is it not true that we come to committee meetings and offer substitutes that have not been debated or presented 24 hours before they're presented in this body? And isn't that not also sneaky, Mr. President?
I believe we're at the moment in time we just need to let everybody vote their conscience on this thing. All right, here we go. We got amendment number 1, authored by the senator from the 26th. We have an objection right here. And those... All right. So here we go. All right. Those in favor of amendment number 1 will vote yea. Those opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 49th, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that the senator from the 53rd wants a Cadillac and a fly suit?
Senator, I don't even know how to respond to that. So. Senator from the 8th, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that the senator from the 8th has a Cadillac and a fly suit?
No. Ain't no doubt about that, Senator. People need to get up the legislature and go into the blueberry business. All right. On the adoption amendment, the yeas are 18, the nays are 33, and so this amendment has failed. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the second, what purpose you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
Mr. President, is it not true that those that spoke against the amendment are lawyers that try cases in front of Superior Court judges? Is that not true?
Man, y'all getting personal in here. We might need a break for lunch, Senator. Senator from the 43rd, what purpose do you rise?
I rise. Mr. President, is it not true that it is unfair to tie the hands of local delegation to not give their judges a raise at the appropriate time?
Say that again, Senator. I didn't understand you.
I want to give my judges a raise when I want to. Not this bill ties my hands.
I know the senator is passionate about what she speaks. On the passage passage of the bill, the yeas are 51 and the nays are 2. This bill, having received a requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary read House Bill 113.
House Bill 113 by Representative McDonald of the 26th and others, bills being titled Act to amend Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to state government so as to prohibit the state or its agencies from purchasing goods from certain foreign countries or related entities, to provide for a list of such goods, to provide for penalties, to provide for definitions, to repeal provisions related to contracting with China, to provide for powers to the Georgia Technology Authority, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Government Oversight recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Harbin, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Government Oversight offers the following substitute to House Bill 113, a bill to be entitled Act to amend Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to state government so as to prohibit the state or its agencies from purchasing goods from certain foreign countries or related entities, to provide for a list of such goods, to provide for penalties, to provide for definitions, to repeal provisions related to contracting with China, to provide for powers of the Georgia Technology Authority, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 50th.
Ooh, thank you, Mr. President. This has nothing to do with judicial pay. This is House Bill 113. This is a governor's administration bill, and it will increase security of state purchasing process, ensuring protection of state infrastructure and safety of our citizens in the face of growing cyber threats. This bill directs GTA to establish and keep updated a list of companies and products produced and or sold by citizens of governments of country designated as foreign adversaries by the U.S. Department of Commerce. State agencies will be prohibited from purchasing products or contracting with entities determined to be a security risk. GTA already works with federal authorities on flagged technologies such as drones and Wi-Fi routers due to cybersecurity concerns. GTA is also asked to make it publicly available so citizens and non-state agency entities can choose to be cyber secure as well with their personal and business devices. This bill expands current protections in existing code by expanding the countries that are on that list, increasing the penalty for violations, and clarifying the role of DOAS in enforcement. I ask for your favorable consideration, and I yield the will.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 51, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Secretary read House Bill 136.
House Bill 136 by Representative Newton, the 127th and others, a bill to be entitled Act to amend Chapter 7, Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to income taxes so as to expand the tax credit for contributions to foster child support organizations to allow such organizations to include as qualified expenditures wraparound and mentorship services for justice-involved youth. to expand the wraparound services that are qualified expenditures, to provide for tax credits to be used by certain insurance companies against insurance premium tax liability, to provide for conditions and limitations, to provide for reporting and public website requirements, to provide for certifying and decertifying qualified organizations, to provide for information sharing and limitations thereof, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date and applicability, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Huffstetler, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance offers the following substitute to House Bill 136, bills to be Title IX to amend Chapter 7, Title 48 of the OCGA related to income taxes so as to revise and create new tax credits related to children and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 42nd to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. With House Bill 136, we're combining two great efforts from this body. One that's been led, of course, both these led by Lieutenant Governor, one led by the senator from the 6th. He's so excited about it. He's sitting in his seat right now watching this, hopefully somewhere around. But this is our current tax credit that helps us invest in those children coming out of our foster care system. And the bill expands who qualifies for that. It also adds now children coming out of our juvenile justice system as well. It adds the different services that can be paid for with the tax credit that not just include our public universities, but also vocational training, apprenticeships, private college, state colleges. It also adds to the overall tax credit from $20 million to $30 million. And finally, doing all that, we're also adding more accountability as to how the money is spent. What we're doing with this bill is allowing more Georgians to keep more of their hard-earned money, and instead of paying it to the government, investing it in these youth that need the help, need a help out of the system to help pull them up into society. The second part of this bill is Senate Bill 89 you passed earlier this session that came from our study committee on access to affordable child care. A couple tweaks to what we're doing here. We're still increasing to a larger extent, up to 50% of our current tax credit, 50% at the federal level, our current tax credit for certain expenses for child care. Second, we're creating a new tax credit for those with children or dependents under the age of 6 of $250. And finally, the biggest change from what we did earlier, instead of expanding our current tax credit for employers that offer child care for their workers, we are instead letting more employers take advantage of this and having a new credit for up to $1,000 per employee that businesses could pay for child care for their employees. It's something that will actually allow more of our employers in our state to take advantage of this. I just want to thank everyone that's worked so hard on these issues. We have a lot of things going on today, and of course this session at this Capitol, but there are a few things that make a bigger impact for young people and working families in our state than what this bill does. Happy to answer any questions, Mr. President.
You have no questions, Senator.
I ask for a favorable consideration.
Recognize the Chairman of Finance, Senator from the 52nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be quick. We had asked for a fiscal note on this combined bill that passed this week. We have not received that fiscal note yet. So because of that and the combination of the two bills, you were handed out an additional fiscal note, the one for the Senate bill that Chairman Strickland had earlier and for the House bill. So you have to combine the two to get the true fiscal impact. The first one only had the very small part of it, and I thought it was not honest to just have that note out there. So with that, I'll yield the well, urge your favorable support of this bill.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objections to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Good job, Senator, from the 42nd. I appreciate all your hard work on that.
Moving on now on the rules calendar, House Bill 182. Mr.
House-
Secretary, please read the caption.
House Bill 182 by Representative Lumsden of the 12th and others, bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 25 of Title 33 of the official code of Georgia annotated to life insurance so as to prohibit a policy or group life insurance from excluding or restricting liability for certain deaths occurring while an individual is an active duty service member, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor recommends that this bill to pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Walker, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor offers the following substitutes to House Bill 182, bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 25 of Title 33 of the OCGA related to life insurance so as to prohibit a policy or group life insurance from excluding or restricting liability for certain deaths occurring while an individual is a service member, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The chair recognizes the distinguished Dean of the Senate, Senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Certainly appreciate that. House Bill 182 is simply Senate Bill 109 that we passed out of here earlier, so you probably remember that. It was a tragic incident that occurred in Columbus, Georgia, involving one of my constituents' sons, Sergeant Brandon Frazier, who was killed in a car accident, and that was some reluctance or refusal, actually, by the insurance company to not pay the premium that he had rightfully paid for many years. The bill prohibits group life insurance policies from being delivered or issued in Georgia if the policy contains a provision that excludes or restricts liability for death occurring while the insured is a service member or a regular member of the Reserve of the United States Armed Forces, and the death is not a result of directly or indirectly of war, declared or undeclared, or any act or hazard of such war. And simply that's what it does. I appreciate your consideration and passage. If no question, Mr. President, I yield the well.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you, sir.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The chair hears none. There's an objection to the previous question being ordered. The chair hears none, and the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none, and the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is now on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed, nay. Mr. Secretary, please unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 46, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Secretary, let's move on down to House Bill 192. Please read the caption.
House Bill 192 by Representative Gamble, the 15th, and others. The bills being titled Act to amend Title 20 of the OCGA related to education so as to include specific references to programs included in the high demand career list published by the State Workforce Development Board with respect to the State Board of Education's minimum course of study and career to education for students in grades 6 through 12, to amend Chapter 14, Title 34 of the OCGA related to State Workforce Development Board so as to provide for evaluation, methodology, reports, and purpose, to provide for a short title, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Higher Education recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Burns, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The chair recognizes the senator from the 49th to speak to his bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 192, also known as the Top State for Talent Bill, will build on the success of House Bill 982, which created the state's high-demand career list, the Georgia Match Program, which is the largest direct admissions program in the country, as well as work done by the Joint Study Committee on Dual Enrollment for highly skilled talent at younger ages. I think the chairman from the 6th worked on that, so give him some credit there. To do this, the bill will reference the high-demand career list and additional opportunities of code, updating the previously passed Bridge and Connect Acts, and continue to align workforce related code sections and incorporate all agencies that are performing this important work. The high demand career list will now be contemplated when it comes to the Department of Education's career education list of industry credentials required by the Georgia employers, created by the department and TCSG, and a grant program that will assist schools in reorienting their CTAE programs toward careers on that list. Some of you remember last year, Senate Bill 399, which created a report on articulation agreements between the university system and the technical college system. That was brought to you by the previous senator from the 49th, who's a whole lot smarter than the current. But now the Department of Education will also be brought to the table to report on their articulation agreements as well. Lastly, the match program will be mentioned and defined in code for the first time, as schools will need to implement the program in each student's individual college and career plan. I would encourage you guys to vote for this bill. Gives our students across the state of Georgia excellent opportunities in different fields of study. Mr. President, I yield the well.
You have questions, Senator? Chair recognizes the senator from the 42nd for a most intriguing question, I'm sure.
Does the senator yield?
Reluctantly, yes.
I don't know what you're so worried about. Speaking of top talent, Senator, is it not true that your tailor puts hidden messages inside the clothes that he makes for you?
The senator knows what he speaks.
Do you further yield?
Reluctantly, yes.
Are you standing up there today with a message underneath the collar of the jacket that you're wearing that's from your tailor to this body for us today?
Senator, I appreciate your obsession with me, but I don't know what my clothes have to do with this bill.
Do you further yield?
Mr. President, I yield well.
Do you have any more bills this session?
No.
The rather nicely dressed senator has yielded the well. Chair recognizes the senator from the 4th. I'm sorry, Senator. I thought you wanted to come to the front. My apologies. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the previous question is ordered. Is there objection to the agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none, and the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is now on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. And Mr. Secretary, please unlock the machine.
On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 48. We've got one nay. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Secretary, let's keep it rolling. House Bill 217, read the caption.
House Bill 217, by Representative Hong, the 103rd, and others, bills between title and act to amend Article 6, Chapter 4, Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to dual achievement program, so as to make the dual achievement program a permanent statewide program to provide for related matters, to looking laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Higher Education recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Burns, Chairman. Mr. Senate, President, Senator Hatchett, the 50th, and others offer the following amendment number 1 to amend House Bill 217 by deleting Chapter 4 of on line 1, by deleting vocational, technical, and adult on line 2, and inserting after so as the following. To update provisions relating to ineligibility for election to a local school board of education, to provide for the Education Savings Authority to make limited disclosure to the Department of Revenue for purposes of verifying income as compared to income thresholds. Mr. President, that completes the order. And for other purposes, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The chair recognizes the hardworking and busy senator from the 50th to speak to House Bill 217.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to bring you House Bill 217. What House Bill 217 is it will extend the pilot program on the dual achievement program that is administered by the technical college system, while also making changes to ensure that accountability for student success is still acknowledged. This program serves students who have nearly exited the educational system, effectively giving them a second chance to complete a high school diploma in an environment better suited for their academic achievement. When they finish the program, not only do they receive their high school diploma, but they also earn at least 2 technical certificates of credit, ensuring that they are career ready and employable on day 1 post-graduation. In essence, if you're struggling to graduate high school and you're looking for an alternative, this is that path. This expands the pilot program. In the 4 years since the pilot program was created, the program has awarded 334 diplomas and 898 college credentials, so it's very successful and has changed lives. There is an amendment that's going around that's from the governor's office as well. The First Amendment seeks to close a loophole in the nepotism clause under the school board elections by referencing the most recent FTE count as opposed to the count from 2009. And the second part of the amendment would authorize the Education Savings Authority under the Student Finance Commission to work with the Department of Revenue to verify the income of applicants to the Promise Scholarship Program so that they don't have to provide that information to themselves. It just streamlines the process and makes the program more accessible. And I'm happy to answer any questions on the underlying bill or the amendment.
No questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Yes, sir. The Senate will stand at ease for just a few moments while the amendment is going to be distributed on your desk. It's been printed, but it's being distributed now. So let's stand at ease for just a moment. All right, let's come back to order now, please. Amendment number 1 to House Bill 217 has been distributed. Senator from the 50th, do you wish to speak to your amendment number 1? Your choice. Okay. I think the senator from the 50th has already spoken to amendment number 1 to his bill, which is House Bill 217, which is the measure we're now considering. So, question is there objection to amendment number 1? Without objection. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none, and the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed, nay. Mr. Secretary, please unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 44, the nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. All right, rolling right along, House Bill 348. Mr. Secretary, please read the caption.
House Bill 348 by Representative Williamson, the 112th, and others. A bill to entitled an act to amend chapters 14 and 41 of Title 33 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated related to domestic stock and mutual insurers and captive insurance companies, respectively, so as to expand the lines of insurance and reinsurance in which a limited purpose subsidiary and captive insurance company may engage, to provide for definitions, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Walker, Chairman. Mr. President, Senator Mallow of the 2nd offers the following amendment number 1 to amend House Bill 384 by replacing 2 on line 1 with to amend Code Section 33-3-3 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated related to qualifications for transactions of insurance generally, transaction of insurance by insurers owned by states, and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senator Merritt of the 9th offers the following amendment number 2 to amend House Bill 384 by inserting after definitions on line 4 the following: to amend Chapter 24, Title 33 of the OCGA related to insurance generally, so as to prohibit an insurer from transferring funds between affiliates with intent to mislead regarding the insurer's profitability. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The chair recognizes the hard-working senator from Houston County, senator from the 20th, to speak to his bill, House Bill 348.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, good afternoon. I know we are all enjoying being here on a Friday afternoon, a beautiful Friday afternoon, sun shining, about 80 degrees outside, and we're sitting in here. And to add insult to injury, I'm bringing you a insurance bill, which I'm sure will be thrilling and captivating. So this bill deals with captive insurance companies, and it deals with a wholly owned captive insurance companies that have a limited purpose, and it amends Chapter 14 of Chapter 41 of the Code to allow companies to accept investor funds to supplement reserve surpluses. These are investment vehicles that are commonly used by reinsurers. The bill will allow the commissioner to approve the formation of insurers that are in part directly funded by investors.
retains with the commissioner the full authority to approve or disapprove of the formation activity, finances, and plan of operation, capitalization, and assets. Our current captive law limits the lines of coverage that these captives can write to 5 lines of coverage, which are casualty, excluding accident and sickness, marine, transportation, property, and surety. This bill would remove that limitation, which would allow the possibility of these captives to write other lines of coverage such as cyber insurance or group term life insurance for their employees or inland marine insurance. But all this would have to be approved by the insurance commissioner, just like he has to approve traditional insurance companies. It would have to have sufficient reserves and be financially solvent to do that. So this is a department request that we do this to modernize our captive statutes. We have companies in Georgia that are doing this now, and they're having to go to other states that have more open laws to do it, to form these captives, and we want to make it where they can do this in Georgia and bring us into the modern era on that. I'll go ahead, Mr. President, and speak to these 2 amendments from my good friend from the 2nd, Senator from the 2nd, and I'll tip my hat to him. These are very clever and creative and interesting amendments. I'm opposed to both of them. The first one would basically not allow a carrier, an insurance company that came into the state of Georgia to do business, to leave unless they had a net loss of income over the past 5 years. So even if they made $1 of profit in 5 years, putting billions of dollars at risk, and they only made $1 net over 5 years, they would never be able to leave Georgia. That's an anti-free enterprise, anti-capitalism bill if I ever saw it. And then the second amendment, I'm going to have to look up what artifice means, but no, it doesn't allow them to engage in a scheme or artifice, which transfers funds between affiliates or subsidiaries. Well, insurance companies have to maintain a certain amount of surplus and reserves, is called surplus, to be able to make sure that they can pay current claims and future claims. And a lot of our insurance companies, of course, are national. They have various subsidiaries, various entities throughout the country, and they need to be able to move money around as their surplus needs change from state to state. So I would oppose amendment number 2 also. I ask for your favorable consideration of the underlying bill, and I will be happy to try to answer any questions, or I'll just get out of the well and we can move on. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll yield the well.
You do have one question. The senator has yielded the well. Okay. I don't see anybody else. Okay. All right. The chair recognizes the senator from the 2nd, distinguished senator from Savannah, to speak to amendments 1 and 2, which are both authored by, speak to amendment number 1, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendment 1 is a very simple amendment. As we've heard, insurance companies are losing money hand over fist. They're bleeding out of every pocket and every which way. They're taking on so much water. This bill simply says that if all that's true, they're free to leave the state. But if that's not true, and out of the 5 years they've been in this state, if they've made money in this state in at least 4 of the immediate previous 5 years, the sum of such insurers' total net profits from the combination of all policy lines and investment income attributable to Georgia are greater than $1. We heard time and time again that insurance companies don't make any money in Georgia, and if that's the case, colleagues, if you adopt this amendment and you vote for it and they're not making any money in Georgia, they haven't made any money in Georgia, and guess what? This amendment is null and void. But if they did make money in Georgia, and they made money for 4 years out of the 5 they've been here, then they can't just leave the state and say that they're going broke and cry bankrupt. That's all it does, Mr. President, very simple. And if my colleagues hold true to what they've said about insurance companies, then this amendment is an easy one to vote yes on because it wouldn't be true at all. So we can walk and chew gum at the same time. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 9th to speak to her amendment. Amendment number 2.
All right, colleagues, I bring you amendment number 2, and just what artifice is trickery. Cunning and clever tricks. We want to clarify that so we know what this means in this amendment. But this amendment is about the deceptive financial practices of insurance companies. And we've seen this in recent news. While these companies claim they're operating at a loss, the reality tells a much different story. They're thriving and they're profiting record profits while policyholders are struggling with rising premiums and probably reduced coverage. We've seen this playbook. We saw it play out in Florida. And insurance companies were claiming financial hardship and citing increased cost and risk, and all the while quietly like hiding and padding up their bottom lines. And they do this narrative to justify the hikes in denying claims and lobby against consumer protections, and it's exploitive. It's a regulatory loophole, and it increases profits at the expense of consumers. What this amendment does, we don't want this happening in Georgia, what's happening in Florida. It's not just a question of economics, it's a matter of ethics, and it's a matter of accountability. We have a duty to ensure that hardworking Georgians aren't being taken advantage of under the guise of insurance companies claiming they're in financial distress or false claims, too many false claims out there. And if an industry can afford multi-million-dollar executive salaries and shareholder payouts, it can certainly provide for fair and transparent pricing and transparent reporting to consumers. That's why I'm introducing this amendment. It's going to require greater transparency. It's going to require insurance to disclose their full revenue stream. And in the end of it, we want to prevent what's happening in Florida from happening here in Georgia. So I'm asking for your favorable consideration of Amendment 2, and let's protect Georgians. Oh, and there is a penalty. Hold on, because I'm looking at the senator over here. We want to make the violation real high. They can afford it. I think $100,000 is that shouldn't be much if they're if they find that they're in violation. So, asking for support of this amendment, and Mr. President, I yield the well.
Senators yielded the well. Does any other senator wish to speak to House Bill 348 or the Amendment 1 or Amendment number 2? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none of the previous question is ordered. The question is now on the adoption of Amendment number 1. The senator from the 2nd, is there objection? There is objection. We have an objection. All those in favor of the adoption of Amendment number 1?
will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. Amendment number 1. Mr. Secretary, please unlock the machine. Session inquiry, Senator.
Mr. President, is it not true that there's a South Georgia saying that Amendment 1 is a good way to scratch a lie and find a thief?
I'm sure the senator knows of which he speaks. Chair recognizes the senator from the 20th.
Mr. President, if a yes vote to Amendment 1 would cause the insurance companies to flee our state very fast.
It sounds like the senator knows of which he speaks as well. On the adoption of amendment number 1, the yeas are 18, the nays are 32, and this amendment number 1, having failed to have the requisite votes, is failed. Moving on now, on adoption of amendment number 2, is there an objection? There is an objection. All those in favor of adoption amendment number 2 to House Bill 348 will now vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. Mr. Secretary, please unlock the machine. Chair recognizes the senator from the 9th. For what purpose do you rise?
Isn't it true that this bill actually is designed to punish companies who intentionally hide profitability and that they can go to jail if they do it?
Senator can state her opinions. On the adoption of amendment number 2, the yeas are 19, the nays are 31, and this amendment, having failed to have the requisite votes, has failed. Is there objection to the passage of the agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none, and the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is now on the passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. Mr. Secretary, please unlock the machine. Yes, sir. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 47, the nays are 2. So this bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. All right, Mr. Secretary, let's keep it rolling. House Bill 351, please read the caption.
House Bill 351 by Representative Corpet of the 174th and others, the bill between town and act to amend Part 1, Article 2, Chapter 8 of Title 12 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated with two general provisions regarding solid waste management so as to modify the powers and duties of the Board of Natural Resources, to revise definitions, to modify solid waste permitting, to provide for submission of written verification regarding compliance with local zoning and land use regulations, to remove certain restrictions on permits, to revise provisions regarding public meetings and notice, to remove outdated terminology, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Natural Resources and the Environment recommends that this bill to pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Anderson, Chairman. Mr. President, Senator Brass of the 6 and others offer the following amendment number 1 to amend House Bill 351 by inserting the following after line 320. This act shall become effective on January 1, 2026, Section 10. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The chair recognizes the distinguished senator from the 8th and the gentleman farmer on this Friday to speak to House Bill 351.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're going to make this quick. This is an agency bill from the Environmental Protection Division. It's intended to revise the Solid Waste Act, removes provisions courts have determined to be unconstitutional or unenforceable. It resolves inconsistencies between different provisions of the Act, clarifies for local governments their roles and responsibilities in permitting, and clarify for the public their opportunities to participate in these local government processes. Specifies EPD's responsibilities for reviewing local government approvals and verifications, and provides for greater finality in permitting decisions. And there is an amendment that's we consider to be a friendly amendment, Mr. President. With there are no questions, I'll yield the will.
You have no questions, Senator. Good job.
Thank you, Mr. President. Urge your favorable consideration.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the previous question is ordered. Oh. Excuse my apologies. Sorry about that. For what purpose do you rise?
Yes, parliamentary inquiry or point of order.
Yes, state your inquiry.
Are we going to debate the amendment?
Yes, my apologies, Senator.
Okay,
I did not have it on the desk. I was not aware an amendment had been filed. Senator from the 6th, do you wish to speak to your amendment?
Colleagues, this is simple, the amendment. There's very little, or really no financial impact, so there's no need for this to be on the fiscal year. And being such an important program, we don't want to rush it, so we're moving it from the fiscal year to the calendar year, January 1. That's it.
Senator from the 44th, do you wish to speak? She waves. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure or amendment number 1? Chair hears none. The question is now on the adoption of amendment number 1 to House Bill 351. Is there an objection? There is an objection. Does the senator wish to speak to the objection?
Thank you. I'm only objecting because this is an unusual state of affairs. I don't know what it does. Don't understand why we would change the date on this when it's usually otherwise, and just am not comfortable voting yes. So that's why I would like to be able to vote no. Thank you. I yield the will.
Senator has yielded the well. Does anyone else wish to speak to amendment number 1 on House Bill 351? Chair hears none. All right, we're now moving on to voting on amendment number 1. All those in favor of amendment number 1 to House Bill 351 will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. Mr. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the adoption of amendment number 1, the yeas are 46, the nays are 3. So the amendment number 1, having received the requisite vote, is adopted. The question is now on the passage of the underlying measure, House Bill 351. For what purpose does the senator from the 50th rise?
Unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 19th for business outside the chamber.
The senator from the 19th is excused without objection. Thank you, Senator. Is there objection to the agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none and the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none and the main question is ordered. The question is now on the passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Those nay will vote no. Mr. Secretary, please unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 47, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. All right, Mr. Secretary, let's keep going. 3 more on the rules calendar. House Bill 410, read the caption.
House Bill 410 by Representative Deloach of the 167th and others, bill to Town and Act to amend Title 33, the OCGA related to insurance so as to provide for the efficiency and the practices of the Department of Insurance, to rise for statutory deposit requirement for foreign insurers, to remove fees for branch licensees, to revise the application requirements for domestic stock and mutual insurer, to remove the publication requirement for application amendments and surrenders for each insurer, to remove such publication requirements for charters, consolidations, and mergers of fraternal benefit societies, to revise application requirements for Farmers Mutual Fire Insurance Companies, to remove the licensure requirement for agency branches, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Walker, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The chair recognizes the senator from the 16th to speak to House Bill 410.
Thank you, Mr. President and constituents. This is HB 410 is a department bill for the Department of Insurance. We've been talking about them a great deal, and what it does, it's a cleanup bill. They no longer need to get 3 copies of in triplicate. They're doing away with that. That was a major as far as that. They also are not requiring probate charges on their certificates that have to be done. They are requiring licensing of all of the agency principals, and that's on a 2-year licensing, and it's a basic, simple cleanup bill. No questions, sir?
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you, sir.
Must have done a good job. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 410? The chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the previous question is ordered. Is there objection to the agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none, and the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is now on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the will vote yea. Those opposed, nay. Mr. Secretary, please unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 47, the nays are 0. So this bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Okay. Moving on down to House Bill 433. Mr. Secretary, please read the caption.
House Bill 433 by Representative Bollinger, the 23rd, and others, bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 3, Title 35 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated to Georgia Crime Information Center so as to provide that the Department of Human Services shall be authorized to access restricted and sealed information to conduct employee oversight in certain circumstances, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Children and Families recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Kirkpatrick, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The chair recognizes our distinguished senator from the 32nd to speak to House Bill 433.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill adds the Department of Human Services to the list of agencies authorized to access criminal history records under the Georgia Crime Information Center, much like we did for DECAL with House Bill 175 yesterday. The records may only be used by DHS for regulatory oversight, eligibility verification for prospective or existing foster parents, and eligibility verification for prospective and existing employees and contractors. This was amended in the House with help from the GCIC. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions or yield the will.
You have no questions, Senator?
Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. Senator from the 41st, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that this bill would allow foster families to have access to children's records for police? Isn't it true this allows criminal record access for children who are in foster care without a judicial release?
Senator is passionate about what she speaks. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 43 and the nays are 7. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary Reed, House Bill 575.
House Bill 575 by Representative McCollum, the 30th, and others, bills being entitled an act to amend Title 32 of the OCGA related to highways, bridges, and ferries so as to authorize notice of certain public hearings by the Department of Transportation by electronic publication to provide for related matters, for vehicle conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Transportation recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dolezal, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Transportation offers the following substitute to House Bill 575, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 32 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated related to highways, bridges, and ferries so as to authorize notice of certain public hearings by the Department of Transportation by electronic publication, to authorize such department to negotiate the acquisition of common property of a condominium association or properties owners association with a designated board for either such association and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 45th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise today to bring House Bill 575 before you today. It's the annual GDOT statutory housekeeping bill. It's got 4 parts to it. The first section updates the timing requirements for printing the final notice for GDOT to project our public meetings with local newspapers that do not publish daily. Some local papers only publish weekly now. It also clarifies when a condominium association is a point of contact when an acquisition is occurring and allowing the board to act for that condominium. It codifies existing GDOT TRIP programs dealing with towing recovery, incentive programs, ensure that heavy trucks that are crashed continue to be quickly cleared from interstates. And then Section 4 underscores GDOT's ability, when possible, to work with utility owners to relocate utilities in the right-of-way before construction of a new project occurs. With that, Mr. President, be happy to answer any questions or yield the well.
No questions.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator.
President. I yield the well.
Does any other senator like to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. Previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. All right, so we're done with the rules calendar. We're going to do about 4 special actions, excuse me, and then we'll be done for the day. Recognize the senator from the 45th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent that HB 360 be lifted from the table.
Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 360 by Representative Astration, 104th and others. Bills being titled and act to amend Article 2, Chapter 7, Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated away to income tax imposition rate computation exemptions and credits so as to revise a tax credit for the rehabilitation of historic structures to authorize the credit to be claimed in the taxable year, the year a certificate of occupancy is obtained for certain pre-approved rehabilitations, to provide for related matters, for bill convicting laws, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there objection? We have an objection. Would you like to speak to your objection?
Thank you, Mr. President. I object to removing it from the table because I want to see what the votes are up on the board, so that way when we get ready to debate this thing, I know who I need to convince. This is a bad bill. We don't need to remove it from the table.
Would you like to speak to you waive? Okay. All right, so posture we're in is the senator from the 45th has asked for unanimous consent that HB 360 be taken from the table. The senator from the 53rd has objected to that. So all those in favor of the senator's motion will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the objection for removing it from the table, the yeas are 34, the nays are 17, and the motion has failed. Excuse me, his motion has prevailed. Secretary, read the rest of those cap.
House Bill 360 by Representative Estration, 104th and others, bill to be entitled Act to amend Article 2, Chapter 7, Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Economic Development and Tourism recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Beach, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator from the 45th. Speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I bring HB 360 before you today. In the summer of 2026, the World Cup is coming to Atlanta. HB 360 is an important piece of legislation to make sure our capital city is prepared to meet the needs of thousands of soccer fans from across the world. This bill is designed to jumpstart development in downtown Atlanta, particularly in areas that surround the stadium where the games will be held. Many of you are familiar with the Georgia's Historical Tax Rehabilitation Credit, which has long supported revitalization of historic structures by encouraging private investments in historical buildings. HB 360 encourages developers to complete their historical projects in downtown Atlanta prior to the start of the World Cup, allowing them to claim those accelerated tax credits if they're able to get their certificate of occupancy prior to the end of 2026. Importantly, this bill does not increase the current yearly cap of historical tax credits. It simply allows developers that have been approved to receive those tax credits in future years. There is a sunset on this tax credit in 2029, so it would be 2027, 2028, or 2029. To claim those credits early if they complete those projects before the World Cup. There was an interpretation question that was cleared up and had been addressed by DOR. This bill would allow funds to be pulled forward from the yearly $30 million cap. It would not create any additional funds. These have already been approved in future years. It would just pull those back to 2026. The total, if all of the projects in this selected area in Atlanta were completed and had a CO, the total cost of that would be $29 million. With that, Mr. President, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Do have a couple questions, Senator. Recognize Senator from the second.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield?
I do.
Senator, I'm trying to understand this piece of legislation in relation to the tax credits and pulling them forward for certified structures for tax year 2027, 2028, and 2029. So you're saying out of the state allocation of those tax credits that this individual developer will be able to pull forward the preceding years after forward in the current tax year. Is that not true?
That is true.
And so will the credits being pulled forward lessen the amount of available credits that already exist in the total dollar amount?
That is correct. Yeah, we're not adding any additional dollars. It just pulls those forward, so you would, that $29 million, if they get COs on all those projects, Being in the construction world and timing of construction projects, some do run long, but if they all were completed in this designated area around the stadium, the additional funds would be $29 million that would be pulled forward. So then in future years and it's my understanding those credits actually go out to 28 that have been applied for in that particular area. It's 27 and 28, so it's 2 years that would be pulled forward. So no additional money. It's just those future years would be less.
So the future years would be less, and it also says not just, you said up to 28, but Senator, the legislation on line 16 also says that it would include year 2029 as well. So we'd be lessening the amount of credits available to everybody in the rest of the state for one project.
No, sir. And I'm glad you asked that question, Senator. No, sir. What it would do is these projects have already been approved. So there would be no taking away from other folks. These projects are already on the books. They've been approved. It's just they're approved essentially around the stadium, basically, and it does go out to 2029. There's about $1 million worth of credits that have been applied for and given in 29. But these projects don't go out that far. The projects around the stadium, they've been approved for 27 and 28. So those 2 years would be pulled back. But there would be no taking or no less credits out there for folks to claim. They've already been approved for those credits. It's just accelerating them, so those projects would be done by the World Cup. So we've got a nice, vibrant area around the stadium.
Last question, Senator. Have we done this for any other part of the state?
I don't know the answer to that.
Recognize the pro tem for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
I do.
Senator, do I understand that if HB 360 passes, that those that have applied for and been approved for these tax credits for 26 going forward, they're all in a line and they have a position in the line for each year, the total of which maximizes out at the $30 million cap per year, right?
That is correct.
And that if this bill passes, no one loses their spot in line, nor are they pushed back or forward.
That is correct.
And that the amount of money that they have been approved for the tax credit will not change, will not increase certainly, but will not decrease if 360 is passed.
That is also true.
So the passage of HB 360 has no effect or impact on the others that have asked for and been allocated this tax credit out into the future as far as 2030.
That is correct.
Thank you, Senator.
Yes, and one other point of clarity, in some of my discussions, folks have asked, was this jumping in line? And it's not jumping in line. The folks that are in, 27, 28, 29, if you can imagine, of course, Gwinnett's home for me, so I'm going to imagine being on 85. You've got a Peach Pass lane, you got the other lanes on 85, and they're all traveling in the non-Peach Pass lane, but their schedules will not change. Essentially, we're allowing for these projects around where the World Cup will happen would be able to get in the Peach Pass lane to be accelerated so that the area around the stadium is very vibrant for these games.
Well, you got later. You all of a sudden got a bunch of folks popped up on here, Senator. Recognize the senator from the 53rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
I will.
What's the number of developers that seek to benefit from this legislation?
And I don't know if this is 100% true, but in the discussions I've had, I believe there's only one developer that I'm aware of. There may be more. That's just what I've been made aware of.
So this legislation is going to benefit one developer in the entire state.
What I would argue is that this will actually benefit the city of Atlanta. It'll benefit Georgians. It'll benefit how this area around the stadium looks when we have the World Cup come and Atlanta and Georgia is showcased to the soccer world.
Senator, will you further yield?
Sure.
How do you say it's going to help all Georgians? Don't you think it's going to burden Georgians by having to pay more taxes because this one person is being exempt from taxes?
What I would say is, I mean, you could argue tax credits, but these tax credits have already been approved. Like this is not a new developer coming in applying for the credits now. They've already been approved for these projects. It's just where they've been approved around the stadium, the credits have been approved in 27 and 28. This would just pull those back to 26 so we can get those projects done before the World Cup comes to Atlanta.
I'll be voting no, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you.
Recognize Senator from 27th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President. Does the chairman yield?
I do.
We keep talking about the World Cup, but the certificate of occupancy does not need to be issued until December 31st of 2026. So I think it's about 6 months after. So what I'd like to know is, and I can draft this quickly, would you be amenable to an amendment that would change December 31st on line 19 to June 1st so that we actually ensure this is complete for the World Cup?
I would be amenable to that, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, you have no more questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Recognize Senator from the 52nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. In 2022, the historic tax credit, which is meant to benefit all around the state, was again passed with a sunset of 2029. It's $30 million per year. And besides the $30 million a year, it has something in there that no project would get more than $5 million, because we want to spread it around to Augusta and Savannah and Albany and Macon and Columbus and Athens, different cities, sort of spread it around. Now, what they've done, I guess, creatively, is we've got one developer that has 6 projects that is $5 million each. And they are taking the credit that's supposed to be used around the state and consuming the rest of it through 29, what's left in there, and moving ahead of other people when they will get their money as well for this. I think many people are of the opinion that this project would happen anyway, that this credit moving to the front of the line is unnecessary. So we passed a really good bill earlier today, Chairman Strickland's bill. We increased the tax credit for child care from 30% of the federal match to 50% for all the children around the state of Georgia, $28 million. Here we got a bill that's going to benefit one person that's more than that. And I think that we're certainly setting a bad precedence when we let them exceed the $5 million cap by having 6 projects and that we move them to the front of the line. I'm going to be voting no against this bill. I'll yield the well.
Senator has yielded. Recognize the senator from the Treasurer of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I want to tell you a little story. I opened a restaurant in downtown Alpharetta about 20 years ago, and the building was built in 1910. And I thought it was a historic building, and I thought I was going to spend about $5,000 on electrical work. It ended up costing me $15,000 because nothing was up to code. When you deal with these historic old buildings, you're going to run into skeletons in the closet that you weren't imagining. So that's one reason I am supporting this bill. The other reason is it's going to revitalize this area, and it's not just for World Cup. It's a 30-year plan to have the benefits for the next 20 to 30 years of restaurants and retail and coffee shops and bars and housing and condos and just all kind of mixed use down there. I could see this becoming very similar to in Denver about 30 years ago. You wouldn't even go around Coors Field because it was such a blighted area. This isn't as blighted, but it is not as vital as it could be. And I think that you take all those buildings and you can really create jobs and economic activity down there. And don't forget, it's not just for World Cup in the stadium. We have a thriving convention business at the World Congress Center, and we need nighttime activity, and I think this is going to do that with what these developers want to do. And so I'm fully behind it, and I would ask everybody to support it. Mr. President, I'll yield the will.
The senator is yielding. Senator from 36, did you have a question or would you like to speak?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that in light of the comments just raised by our U.S. Treasurer, that that this is work that will benefit the place that we all come to take care of the state's business? It's gonna clean up an area of historic with historic preservation, and it's very minimal state dollars that are going to be paired with other dollars, and every dollar that will come to this project is only after the money's spent. So it's a modest proposal with tremendous opportunity for seeing a transformed portion of Atlanta that has long needed to be transformed. Thank you. Parliamentary inquiry.
Senator, why don't you see if the treasurer there can turn on the printing presses up there and help us just fund this thing here. So, recognize the senator from 31st. State
Parliamentary inquiry. Is it not true that maybe many years ago, if the city of Atlanta wanted to do this, the Atlanta Braves would still be in downtown Atlanta?
Ooh. Ooh. All right. We just went straight for the belt right there. So, recognize senator from the second.
Thank you, Mr. President. Not only does this benefit pulling forward tax credits for one specific developer, but I would like to draw your attention, colleagues, to lines 22, 23, and 24, that certain capital improvements of the Cabbagetown Historic District Economic Reuse Establishment and certain additions thereunto from all City of Atlanta and Fulton County ad valorem taxes. Now, Mr. President, I know my colleagues want to vote in favor of this bill, but not only are you going to get the tax credits, you're also not going to pay taxes on the development that you're developing. That's a bad bill, Mr. President, and I leave it at that. I yield the well.
Recognize the senator from the 53rd.
The senator from thank you, Mr. President. The senator from the 31st brought out the Atlanta Braves. You know, I don't think the City of Atlanta got involved on that deal with their funds. I don't believe they're getting involved on this deal. I'm kind of sick and tired of citizens from Northwest Georgia having to pay more taxes so citizens in Atlanta can pay less for their special projects. I used to live over in Cabbagetown when I was over in the House. Okay, Cabbagetown, historical place. But the building's already there. The studs are already there. So why should you be able to come in as a developer and have a house that's already built and try to upgrade it and then get out of all the taxes for it? You want to upgrade the community, tear the place down and go build something brand new. This is ridiculous. Thank you, Mr. President.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Senator from the 27th. Senator from the 27th. Senator, did you have something? Were you going to offer something? Amendment? Okay. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 26 and the nays are 24, and this bill has failed. Senator from the 41st, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I move that we reconsider.
It is in order. All right. Is there objection for the reconsideration? Senator from the 19th.
Take a look at it. I think it's day 38.
Senator from the 19th, for what purpose do you rise?
Just a conversation with the Senate, Secretary of the Senate, Mr. President. I think I'm right.
Senator from the 14th, for what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that if reconsideration succeeds, then we can table the bill and negotiate over parameters that would make it acceptable to a majority of the body? Is that not true, Mr. President?
I believe the senator is up to speed on his rules.
That's good. That's good. That's worth saying to everybody. That's good.
If we continue, we will be at day 38.
All right, because we're all right. So on the motion to reconsider, Senator from the 41st, because we are in day 37, Monday we will it'll be the first order of business for reconsideration on Monday. So you've given the notice. Recognize the senator from. We have a special message from the House. We need the Secretary read the message.
Mr. President, the following message was received from the House through Mr. Riley, the clerk thereof. Mr. President, the House has passed by substitute by the requisite constitutional majority the following bill of the Senate. Senate Bill 79 by Senator Goodman the 8th and others, bills being titled and act to amend Title 16 of the OCGA related to crimes and offenses so as to revise threshold amounts of fentanyl and related substances necessary to constitute the offenses of processing, selling, distributing, and manufacturing of such substances and for other purposes. Mr. President, the following message was received from the House through Mr. Riley, the clerk thereof. Mr. President, the House has disagreed to the Senate amendment to the following bill of the House. House Bill 86 by Representative Leverett of the 123rd and others, bills being titled and act to amend Code Section 48.5-7-4 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated related to annual salaries of certain state officials and cost of living adjustments so as to revise provisions related to calculating and setting salaries and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Those are special actions that we'll take up at the end of these special actions that we have currently. So now I recognize the senator from the 8th.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 79.
Is there objection? Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 79 by Senator Goodman the 8th and others, bills being titled and act to amend Title 16 of the OCGA related to crimes and offenses so as to revise threshold amounts of fentanyl and related substances necessary to constitute the offenses of possessing, selling, distributing, and manufacturing of such substances, to revise mandatory minimum departure provisions for defendants convicted of trafficking of substances in violation of Code Section 16-13-31 related to trafficking of cocaine, illegal drugs, marijuana, and methamphetamine, and penalties, to amend various titles of OCGA so as to provide for conforming changes, to provide for an effective date, to provide for applicability, to provide for related matters, to provide for a short title, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the House offers the following substitutes to Senate Bill 79, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 16 of the OCGA related to crimes and offenses so as to revise threshold amounts of fentanyl and related substances necessary to constitute the offenses of possessing, selling, distributing, or manufacturing of such substances and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 79 come back to the Senate. I want to thank, Mr. President, you and your staff for all the work that you've done on the fentanyl epidemic. I want to especially thank the Walters family who are over there, who have been here while we've gone through all these bills, awaiting this special action. This bill passed out of the House.
Hold on 1 second, Senator. If we could have everybody's attention, please. We're almost done. Let's give the attention to the senator in the well.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the Walters family. They've driven 4 hours up here today. They were in the House gallery when this bill passed earlier today, and they've stayed with us all day. Mr. Gus, Miss Beth, y'all stand up where I can see you. Thank you. Miss Beth, we love y'all. Thank you for all the work that you've done, really of taking a tragedy in Austin's death and making some good out of it. This bill, when it went to the House, we agreed to the change. We took out the possession language that was in the original bill, and this bill now is solely focused on trafficking. And so I want everybody, if you're talking right now, I want you to listen to what I've got to tell you. Just this past week in Sandy Springs, their law enforcement found enough fentanyl to kill every resident of Atlanta, Macon, Savannah, Columbus, Augusta, Valdosta, Brunswick, Warner Robins, Hinesville, Sandy Springs, Johns Creek, Roswell, Alpharetta, Peachtree City, Chamblee, Sugar Hill, Noonan, Statesboro, Gainesville, East Point, Pooler, McDonough, Stockbridge, Union City, LaGrange, Cartersville, Forest Park, Winder, and every spectator that's in Sanford Stadium and Bobby Dodd Stadium and Mercedes-Benz Stadium when it's at full capacity. Just this week in our state, enough fentanyl to kill 2.5 million people, nearly 1 in 4 Georgians. That's why this bill's needed. These folks that are trafficking this poison in our streets. Again, Mr. President, I want to thank you for your leadership on this issue, especially for loving on the Walters family. And I want to thank this chamber. And I just ask for my children and your children and the children of Georgia and our fellow Georgians, let's light this board up green if we can. I yield for questions, Mr. President, or I yield the well.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Senator from 29th.
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 37th.
Without objection, senator from 37th is excused. The senator has asked that the Senate agree to the House substitute on SB 79. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion, the yeas are 49, the nays are 0, and this motion has prevailed. Senator from the 50th, ready when you are.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate recede from its amendment to House Bill 86.
Senator has moved that the Senate recede from its amendment on House Bill 86. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 86 by Representative Leverett of the 123rd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 45-7-4 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to annual salaries of certain state officials and cost of living adjustments so as to revise provisions related to calculating and setting the salaries of justices of the Supreme Court, judges of the Court of Appeals, and the judge of the Georgia Statewide Business Court, and the judge of the Georgia State Tax Court to provide for effective dates, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate offers the following amendment number 1 to amend House Bill 86 by inserting after core on line 5 the following: to revise the compensation of certain other elected state officials by striking lines 13 through 16 and inserting in lieu thereof the following: 1. Governor, striking $175,000, inserting $250,000, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize Senator from the 50th.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 86 is a bill we heard yesterday. It deals with judicial compensation. Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 86 is a bill we passed out yesterday. It deals with judicial compensation for Supreme Court judges, Court of Appeals judges, and business court judges. There was an amendment that was added on in our chamber that increased the pay for the governor and constitutional officers. That was stripped over in the House. They've sent it back to us. Because of the importance of this bill to our judicial system, I ask that you go along with me to recede. If there are people in this chamber that want to address the salary of the governor or constitutional officers moving forward, I would encourage you to do what the judges did. Let's get a study committee together. Let's let it work the committee process. But for now, instead of amending a bill at this late in the session to address a pretty robust issue, let's stick with what we have. Let's recede from our position, and let's get this bill passed. I'm happy to answer any questions. If not, Mr. President, I'll yield the will.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Does any senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Hearing none. The senator from the 50th has moved that the Senate recede from its amendment to House Bill 86. Is there objection? All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion, the yeas are 46, the nays are 2, and this motion has prevailed. Recognize the senator from the 18th, the pro tem, for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 69.
The senator's moved. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 69 by Senator Kennedy of the 18th and others. The bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 7, Article 5, Chapter 11, Title 9 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated related to making and finance and depositions and discovery under the Georgia Civil Practice Act, respectively, so as to regulate third-party litigation financing practices in the state, to provide a short title, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date and applicability, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the House offers the following substitutes. Senate Bill 69, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 7 and Article 5 of Chapter 11 of Title 9 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated related to making and finance and depositions under discovery under the Georgia Civil Practices Act, respectively, so as to regulate third-party litigation financing practices in the state, to enact a new chapter regulation litigation financing practices, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize pro tem.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to try to be efficient, guys. I know we're at later in the day and it's Friday afternoon, but this is Senate Bill 69 that you'll remember that we presented and voted on unanimously by this body and sent it over to the House. And I will tell you that they made a few changes to it, all of which I think are fine. But let me tell you very briefly. First of all, this is of the two tort reform efforts from Governor Kemp. This is the second of the two. This deals with something called third-party litigation funding. And this is, at its heart, three measures. Number one, it is a consumer protection measure for those people that engage and need these type of financing arrangements. Number two, it is a disclosure issue because it makes it more transparent when these type instruments are used. And number three, it's a national security issue, making sure that those that are foreign adversaries that are acting in a financial capacity don't continue to have access to our court systems the way that we're exposed to right now. So the question is, how is this different that's been offered by the House? I would tell you that Section 710-1 simply changed the definitions to align with the banking departments or the Department of Banking's practices. They took a closer look at it and added some exclusions that made it more in alignment with current banking law. You'll also see in Section 7-10-3 that this new code section is based on consultations, again, with the Department of Banking and Finance to clarify that they can deny a registrant where the requirements are not met. It also, in Section 710-4, makes clearer that while the litigation financier cannot pay referrals or commissions, the attorneys or other outside parties' payments to litigation financiers' employees do not violate the prohibition. And I would tell you, Senators, that the one main change you'll find in Section 3 under discovery and disclosure simply takes the limit on third-party discovery toward litigation financiers does not extend to where the amount of the amount being financed is $25,000 or less, because that amount is excluded from these types of transactions. So with that, Mr. President, I'm happy to answer any questions, or I'm happy to yield.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute Senate Bill 69 as amended by Amendment 1.
All right, Senator's moved. Secretary, read the amendment.
Mr. President, Senator Hatchett of the 50th offers the following amendment number 1 to amend the House substitute to Senate Bill 69 by inserting after line 23, after short title, the following: to amend Title 40 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated related to motor vehicles so as to provide for admissibility of evidence related to seat safety belts by replacing lines 458 through the end with the following: Section 4, Title 40 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated related to motor vehicles is amended, and Code Section 4-8-76.1 related to use of safety belts in passenger vehicles by revising subsection D and for other purposes. Mr. President, completes the order.
Recognize the Senator from the 50th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll try to be brief here. Amendment 1, what this does is it relates to evidentiary or evidence that's allowed to be brought in a trial. What this does is going to change the effective date of this act so that it will not apply to pending actions that are in court. It only applies to actions that are filed after the effective date. It deals with the admissibility of seatbelt evidence. There's been some constitutionality issues that have been raised about changing the evidentiary rules as it relates to this issue. In pending litigation, this will clean that up, and I'm happy to answer any questions, but I ask for favorable consideration.
You do have one question. Recognize the Senator from the 32nd.
Thank you, Senator. Would you yield for
I
a
will.
question? I'm looking at lines 22 to 24, where it says, the way I'm reading it is that if I'm not wearing my seatbelt and I cause an accident, that the insurance company can't raise my rates? Am I reading that correctly?
That's correct, and that was language that we've already passed. That's verbatim language that we've already passed.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
You have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator.
President. I yield the will.
Any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? All right, so we'll take up the first motion made by the senator from the 50th, amendment number 1. All those in favor of the amendment from the senator from the 50th, all those in favor of the motion by the senator from the 50th will vote yea. Oh, no objection. He knows no objection because it could be final passes. All those in favor of the amendment will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion to agree to the House substitute to SB 69 as amended, the yeas are 52, the nays are 0, and this motion prevails. On the recognize the majority leader for a motion.
Mr. President, I move the Senate stand adjourned pursuant to Senate Resolution Number 6 until 10 a.m. on Monday, March 31st.
Secretary, read the announcements.
Mr. President, the Rules Committee will meet upon adjournment in room 450 in the Capitol, and the Agriculture and Consumer Affairs Committee meeting has been canceled. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Any other announcements? Any other announcements?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a reminder that on Monday will be John Bullock Day, so we get to wear our jeans. It'll be the last time for this year that we'll have John Bullock Day, so wear your blue jeans on Monday, and we'll come in and have a great day of work and a great day in the chamber and be a little bit more comfortable. Thank you, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator from the 53rd, the Cadillac man himself.
Just a reminder, the very first Interstate Cooperation dinner, I think ever in history, will take place Monday at Fogo de Chao at 6:30. So please be there and bring a spouse. Thanks.
We having it in Cabbage Town. All right, majority leader has moved that the Senate stand adjourned until 10 a.m. Monday, March 31st. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes clearly have it. Have a good weekend.